Huh?
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. You are joining us from the live stream and would like to engage in Q&A, Please log in via the WebEx link sent from University Relations this morning. The live stream will be used for viewing purposes only, but you can also join via WebEx and ask questions through the chat.
Hi, my name is Fran Thomas. I'm the chair of the staff.
Morning, everyone. We should be starting in about 5 minutes. Welcome back and Happy New Year. Good morning, everyone on WebEx. Can you hear me? This is Dr. Minutes. Good morning. You can hear me? Okay, we should be starting in about 5 minutes. Please bear with us. And Happy New Year. Great to see all your faces. Testing. Can everybody on WebEx hear us? Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yes. Good morning. We'll be getting started in 3 minutes. If you are on the live stream, please note that it is for viewing purposes only. If you would like to ask questions in the chat, please join the WebEx link that was sent out this morning. It should be at the top of your email. Could everybody please take their seats? We're going to get started. To our WebEx and live stream viewers, welcome. Thank you. Good morning, Happy New Year, and welcome back to Virginia State University. On behalf of the University Council, my name is Tracy Jackson, and I'd like to welcome you to Spring 22 Opening Conference. Before we get started, there are a few housekeeping items for our live stream viewers, WebEx viewers. Before we start, if you are online, and we want you to see the presenters and the presentations. So if you would, click the layout tab in the right-hand corner of your screen. It says layout, and then select the grid icon. That will show you the presenter and the presentations and not all of the people that are joining us online in our online community. So I'll give you a few seconds to do that. If you have questions, please put it in the live chat or in the chat so that you can get assistance with that. But you'll click on the layout tab in the right-hand corner of your screen, select the grid icon, and then click the focus option. And the focus option will show you only the presenter and the presentations. Also, once we begin, if you have any questions for the presenters, ask the questions in the chat, and your questions will be asked live in Virginia Hall. So we have people in here who will ask your questions live. Please put your questions in the chat if you have questions specifically for presenters. Thank you. Welcome again, and I'd like to bring to the stage for a moment of reflection, Elder Desmond J. Crowley.
Good morning. Oh, we got to try that one again. Good morning. All right. From the best-selling book of all time, Philippians chapter number 3, verses 13 through 14 in the New International Version says, "Brothers and sisters, I do not consider myself yet to have taken hold of it. But one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining or press toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus." As we use this moment to reflect, the Apostle Paul encourages us to forget what is behind and press on. I want us to focus on one word, and that one word for spring 2022 is press. One definition for press, according to Merriam-Webster, is to move by means of pressure. Trojans allow the pressure to press the greater out of you. Greater is not the absence of opposition, pain, or struggle, but greater is certainly the presence of grace. Only the grace of God can give each of us the ability, quality, and eminence to be above average. Let us pray. We give thanks to the Almighty God for his mercy endureth forever. We thank you for this time of reflection and this moment to center ourselves for impartation. We thank you because last night was not our last night. We understand and acknowledge your grace and favor that has helped us to press on to this day. Since tomorrow is not promised, we thank you for the here and now. Continue to walk with us, talk with us, lead us, and guide us through the uncertainty of our today and tomorrow. As this institution of higher learning embarks upon another semester of teaching, learning, and engaging, while still in a pandemic, political and social uprising, we ask that you would take care of us as we walk and do your will in the earth for such a time as this. We acknowledge your grace and the many opportunities that you have granted generations to study, to serve, and grow on this lofty hill far above the Appomattox. We ask this morning that you would look upon every VSU student and students around the world. Look upon every VSU parent and parents around the world. We ask for a special blessing upon our president, vice presidents, associate vice presidents, deans, chairpersons, faculty, and staff as we strive for excellence in leading this institution despite the many challenges that plague our world during this time. We ask all these in the name that's above every name, giving thanks to the one that is good, for his mercy endure forever. Before I close, I would ask that you join me in a moment of silence as we remember fallen Trojans, family members, and fellow co-workers who have transitioned since the last time we gathered. Amen.
Thank you, Elder Crowley. Next, we'll have welcome and recognition of new faculty and staff from Dr. Donald E. Palm, Provost and Executive Vice President for Academics and Student Affairs.
Good morning, and welcome to the 2022 Spring Faculty and Staff Opening Conference here at Virginia State University. I pray each of you had a safe and wonderful holiday season and that you are relaxed and recharged and ready to go for the spring 2022 semester. Can you believe that this is the third spring that we have had COVID-19 enrolled here at Virginia State University? 3 semesters. And I want to thank the Opening Conference Committee for their innovation, for their talent, for providing the opportunity to put this opening conference on as a high-flex opening conference, the first high-flex opening conference that Virginia State University has had ever. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, for those participating in person and virtually, we are happy to see you, and we are glad that you are back here at the university. We are grateful for your effort and your dedication to providing that transformative experience for our students. Because of you, greater happens here. And for that, I am very thankful that you are on the team. Next, I have the honor to welcome all the new faculty and staff here at the university. If you're at home or here in person, if you have joined the university since last July 2021, fall 2021, as well as this spring 2021, would you please stand and be recognized? And let's give them a round of applause, whether you're at home or whether you're here at the university. I just want to thank each and every one of you who have joined the university for really deciding to join us and bringing your talent and your time here to us to make us a better university. I promise that as we get past this hump with COVID-19, that we're going to have a wonderful reception for you. If everybody knows me, I love having receptions. And so we're going to welcome you here with open arms, and we'll be able to hug you in a few weeks and really just welcome you here to the university. Also, I would like to use my privilege to acknowledge the President's executive cabinet members. And of course, Dr. Abdullah will be up in a few minutes to give the State of the University address. We have some great news to share with you, and I'm very excited to hear his particular address. But first of all, I'd like to have Mr. Kevin Davenport, our Vice President for Finance and our CFO, please stand, Mr. Davenport, and be recognized. Let's give him a round of applause. Senior Vice President, excuse me. Thank you, thank you. We have Ms. Tanya Hall, who is not here with us today, but she is the Vice President for External Relations. Ms. Shari King Casey, the Senior Advisor to the President for Equity, Ethics, and Compliance. Dr. Annie Redd, the Liaison to the Board. And Dr. Abdullah's boss. And also I'd like to acknowledge the deans of the college, the Litis Dean, Dr. Isis Walton, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, Dr. Willis Walter, the College of Education, Dr. Ray McKinney, the College of Agriculture, and my dean with two hats, Dr. David Halley, the College of Engineering and Technology, and the interim dean of the College of Natural and Health Sciences. And of course, Dr. Emmanuel Omajokin, the Reginald F. Lewis College of Business. Welcome back, Dr. Omajokin. And then finally, I know I may not get a chance to do it, but I just want to thank this opening conference committee for the work and dedication. They've been working since last semester. And then over the break, we worked very hard to transition this particular conference into a high-flex type of mode. I want to recognize two rising stars, Ms. Tracy Jackson from the College of Education. Give her a round of applause. As well as Mr. Danny Giles. He's doing a phenomenal job. And so again, I just want to thank them. They've been under the mentorship of Dr. Minnis for this conference, and I want to thank them for hanging in there with Dr. Minnis. We also had Ms. Regina Barnett Tyler, Dr. Gwen Dandridge, Ms. Tanya Simmons, Ms. Fran Thomas, Ms. Paula McCapes, and of course, Mr. Udonis James and Ms. Jane Harris. So let's give them a round of applause. Let's get ready for an outstanding, phenomenal opening conference. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. Palm. We are now going to hear from our Faculty Senate Chair, Dr. Chobanu, and Staff Senate Chair, Fran Thomas.
Mr. President, Dr. Abdullah, Mr. Senior Vice President and Provost Dr. Palm, dear colleagues, guests, faculty, staff, and students. On behalf of the Faculty Senate leadership, I would like to welcome you back and wish you, all of you, a good, safe, and prosperous 2022. I would like to thank you for your dedication, patience, resilience, along with our administration, for choosing the best policy to keep us safe and focused on our duties. Our common efforts in the framework of the shared governance, creativity, tireless work, open communication, and transparency permitted us to turn this pandemic crisis into an opportunity and to achieve impressive benchmarks in enrollment and retention, to secure healthy financial and budgetary status, to receive a very important support and grants, and to start the implementation of our strategic plan in the best possible way, ensuring that greater happiness here at Virginia State University. All of this was achieved in a very challenging situation when many colleges and universities failed to resist and confront hardships. During last semester, we, Faculty Senate leadership, advocated for the safe returning of our students to their classroom, to benefit from the best that we, faculty, could offer while being aware how important in-person education is to promote excellence and success. We still consider that our most prioritized goal for this spring is this one. However, we are aware that COVID-19 is far from over, that in the new Omicron virus strain is spreading very fast, causing 95% of infections. The number of weekly infections doubled recently and may hit the peak during next 2 weeks. Taking into consideration these new and unfortunate circumstances, we consider that it is important to start the new semester in a flexible, predominantly virtual mode of teaching on discretion of our faculty, to delay the return to face-to-face for at least a couple of weeks. Predicting how this new strain of virus might evolve is fool's errand, as virologists consider. However, we have accumulated valuable experience with how to deal with this virus. We praise the task force COVID-19 and all healthcare workers for help to navigate throughout the pandemic and make our university a safe island. We faculty support the efforts of our leadership, President Abdullah, Provost Palm, and the administration team to secure enough test materials to keep the classrooms clean and technologically well equipped and to enforce mask wearing and social distance. We need to follow the established protocol and safety standards since this is a matter of our survival. Colleagues, we need to be united to confront the new challenges, to be inventive and creative in our teaching, research, and service, and to do our best to promote the image of our great university and ensure the better future for our students. Finally, we need to learn to live with a new normality, with an ever-mutating virus, to make conclusions for our own experience and do not fall in the Omicron variant panic. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fran Thomas. I'm the chair of the Staff Senate at the Virginia State University, where we are a group of people who are trying to boost the morale of all staff members here on campus. Things that we have done because we have so many energetic and motivated staff members here. We did an administrative professional day where meditation and relaxation is a key to having everyone keep their sanity. Also, we've started the Staff Award Program to acknowledge staff members here at VSU who go beyond the call of duty for faculty, staff, administration, and students. So if you feel you're energetic, if you feel you're motivated, if you feel you just want to help make a change here at VSU, please join us on the Staff Senate Committee. If you're interested, please email me at staffsenate@vsu.edu. at vsu.edu. Thank you. Hello, welcome back, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed the video. I am Fran Thomas, Chair of Staff Senate. If any staff member is interested in joining Staff Senate, please kindly send us an email at staffsenate@vsu.edu. We would love to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Did you all enjoy the video? Wonderful, thank you. All right. Next, we are going to have our State of the Union address from our president, Dr. Makola Abdullah.
Thank you very much for that quick introduction. I think that might have been the quickest one I've had since I've been here. I think I appreciate it, though. Tracy, come on out. Just again, though, I wanted to show everybody something. Come on out. Tracy. Here she is. Go on, step over here. Y'all see Tracy got on her shoes today. She asked me, could she get in trouble wearing sneakers? I said, oh, no, you can't get in trouble with me for wearing sneakers. I wish I'd have worn mine. Oh, I thank y'all. Y'all give her a round of applause for the great work that she's doing and that the committee is doing. Don't take my stuff. Okay, all right. Let's see. First, I would like to acknowledge, before I get going, I want to acknowledge the provost and the executive vice president. Today is actually the first time that we've used some of the new titles. That's why Dr. Palm got it wrong. We were talking about Kevin, but we promoted him to make him the senior vice president for administration and finance in recognition of the incredible work that he's done here over 6 years. He is not just a trusted and valued member of the institution, but he has just really been an incredible person for me. And so we're glad that he's here, and to encourage him to do even more great work, we've promoted him. It also means that he's going to be in charge of customer service at Virginia State with administration. And so if you have any problems about customer service, don't ask me, ask Kevin. Second, I wanted to acknowledge the provost. This is actually the second time in recent years that he's been kind of promoted. He went from provost and vice president to provost and senior vice president, and now provost and executive vice president. It's really an acknowledgement of the incredible person and incredible work that Dr. Palm does. I know, you know, that Dr. Palm is going to be a president in this game the moment that he decides that he wants to do it. But we want to keep him around Virginia State a little longer if we can. And to give him some more work to do, I figure if I load him down with work, he'll stick around. And thank you very much. Thank you for clapping, yeah. But as part of that, as part of the organizational structure, he is now taking on IT and also the police department. I get that right? And so he has more things under his umbrella. And to be honest, for the past year and a half or so, he's really been the chief operating officer at Virginia State University, running the institution and giving me more of an opportunity to do work in advancement, whether that be government relations or fundraising. And so I want to thank him for his work. Thank you, sir. All right. I always get a little nostalgic in the spring opening conference because many of you remember that February 1st, 2016, I started at Virginia State. So this is almost 6 years on the dot for me. Look, y'all gonna get tired of clapping. I'll tell you, you might want to hold applause to the end. But six whole years, and so it's really exciting for me. I as a part of nostalgia, I'm actually wearing the suit that I wore 6 years ago. Yes, I can still get into this suit, but I'm gonna stay behind the podium. It's a little tighter than it used to be. I'm not gonna lie to you. But it's been an incredible experience, and I am excited to be the president of Virginia State and excited to be a part of this incredible family. Okay, so I usually do this with my speeches for everybody but y'all, but today I decided to do it for y'all because y'all know I love music, and I was inspired in the car today. There's a couple of songs that get me every time I hear them. And this is one of them that I've been listening to quite a bit. It's by Dr. Palm, Mr. Davenport. It's by one of our frat brothers, Donnie Hathaway. And the first verse goes like this. I'm not going to sing it because I'm not going to punish you like that. That's not fair to you. But and thank you, Dr. Red. Yes. Yes, she gets funnier by the year, I tell you. That was good. That was great timing, how you got right in there and clapped right when I said that. I appreciate that. All right, here we go. Hang on to the world as it spins around. Just don't let the spin get you down. Things are moving fast. Hold on tight, and you will last. Keep your self-respect, your manly pride. Get yourself in gear. Keep your stride. Never mind your fears. Brighter days will soon be here. Take it from me. Someday we'll all be free. Whew. I like that. For those of you who have heard the song before, and again, it's not a super popular song, but y'all know Donny Hathaway, so y'all know that song. Many of you, when you've heard it, I think that what it elicits is kind of the spirit of the 60s and the idea of black liberation. And that is certainly one of the meanings that people get out of it. And given today's world, it's not a bad song to think about. Someday we will all be free. But the song was actually written by someone who knew the challenges, the trials and tribulations that Donny Hathaway was going through. Many of you may know that Donny Hathaway suffered from severe mental illness and ultimately ended up committing suicide. The person who wrote that song was aware of those challenges, and the song was actually written for him to let him know that he could get through and work through his own demons. And in that, and the amount of challenges that we have today with kind of being inside and outside and changing the world and how it's impacting all of us from a mental health aspect, I think that aspect of it is important too. Someday we'll all be free. And then related to COVID, I mean, we really thought that this COVID was going to get closer to the end. After homecoming, when our positivity rates went down, Dr. Corley, I told Dr. Palm that we probably wouldn't be presenting this kind of stuff to the board anymore, and that we had finally figured out how to live in and around COVID-19 with the Delta virus. And then here came Omicron, and here we are again. And now we know that every semester we may be looking at a similar situation with a new virus, a new version of it that impacts us and has us take a step back. And so someday we'll all be free of COVID. Someday. I want to thank Dr. Corley and the wonderful team, Dr. Ellison, working on the COVID-19. He's going to come up and present later, and so your detailed questions will be for him. But the bottom line is this. We want to do every single thing that we can to make sure that, one, we keep you as safe as we can. We try to do our best to avoid the virus. We're going to have the vaccine mandate. We're going to try to do as much high flex early on in the semester so we can see how this works, to see how it works. But we know that Omicron is much more contagious. More people are going to catch it. And so in that respect, we also want to make sure that people are safe if they catch it. And so we are mandating the vaccine and the booster. We are going to provide access for those people to get the vaccine and the booster. We understand if you have an exemption, we'll work around those exemptions. I don't know exactly what those rules are. Dr. Corley will talk about that. But God's honest truth, I really want you to get it. I need you to get it because I really want to make sure that everyone here is safe. And so we're testing when people come back. We're testing the kids. We're testing y'all. Y'all already know we're testing y'all. If you're sick, if you think you're sick, if you're breathing heavy, stay at home. We're going to do everything we can to get through COVID-19, continue to get through it. Dr. Palm mentioned, he said COVID-19 has been here for 3 semesters. I want the ACE program, I want y'all to work really hard. We need to get COVID graduated. All right, I need y'all to look. I don't like y'all faculty, I don't like y'all giving grades, but give grades to COVID, okay? Just hand out grades. We need the COVID to graduate. All right. Another one, so he switches gears now, talk about the challenges, if you will, challenges and highlights from last semester. I think the biggest challenge that we had, and I thank you, Reverend Dr. Elder, Dr. Reverend Crawley, for acknowledging the most best-selling book of all time. You're a bad man, sir. But I think that one of the things that we had happen last semester was we had the young man who passed last semester. And thank you for mentioning, not mentioning, but kind of having the spirit of that in your prayer, Elder. I want you all to continue to pray for his family, Daniel Wharton of Alexandria, Virginia, who passed away, who was shot and killed in Ettrick Apartments late last fall semester. I want you to pray for him, pray for the shooters. I want you to pray for the families. everyone who was impacted by that, because they will continue to be impacted for many years to come. And so we acknowledge that, and we keep them at the forefront of our minds. I also want to acknowledge in that, though, the wonderful work of Chief Bragg and your communications director, Gwen Williams-Dandridge, for their wonderful, wonderful work in making sure that the media was held accountable, and that the police were held accountable, and that the story was presented in the most accurate way that it was. And so I really want to applaud them for the work that they continue to do for Virginia State University. You all know, many of you who have been here for a number of years, you all know that no more than 3 or 4 years ago, the kind of impact that kind of story would have had on the psyche of Virginia State University, and how many of the news outlets who don't treat us fairly would have made it more than it was. It was certainly a tragedy, made it more than it was. And I want to applaud the great work that they did to make sure that was as best it could be. It was a difficult story, a tragedy, and we pray for them. But it was presented, I think, in the right light, And then we had our enrollment. Look, I stand in front of you. This is probably the first year. I stand in front of you every year, and many times I give you a speech that kind of sounds like I'm trying to make sure I tell you that the university isn't falling apart, right? Because there's always a vocal minority sometimes who believe that the university is falling apart, and I'm always trying to give you highlights to let you know the university's not falling apart. Well, I'm not giving that speech today for 3 reasons. One, to be honest, I don't feel like it. I just don't. I don't think that we're there anymore. And so I don't think that I need to tell you or sell you on the fact that the university is not falling apart. I think the university is doing fantastic, and you all are a big part of how well that's going. Another reason is I think I've gotten a little wiser, and I realize that for some, there's nothing really that I can do to convince them. If they believe it's falling apart, I might as well just go and let them believe that. We'll just keep letting them do that. But I know that we're doing a fantastic job. I want to talk specifically about our enrollment. We had the largest increase in enrollment last fall. We went from 4,000 students to about 4,300 students. It was the largest increase we've had in over a decade. It's the 3rd largest increase we've ever had. Thank you very much. It's the 3rd largest increase that we've ever had. Now, I mean, to put it in perspective, and perspective is important, we had our largest decrease the year before when we didn't have students back in the fall for COVID. Also, we have been at a high of almost a little over 6,000 students, and right now we're at about 4,300 students. And so, I think there's a couple of different ways that you could see that. You could see it as we're moving forward, but we're not where we need to be. Either way, I think that it's a good thing in that we're moving forward. But what I want to do, though, is to let you know what it looks like in context, not just for Virginia State, but for the other institutions in the Commonwealth. Last year, our enrollment increase over that 1 year was the largest enrollment increase of any state university in Virginia. And again, that's, you talk about your enrollment people, your budget people. We did some incredible work to make sure that we were able to bring back more kids than usual. We used a lot of the funds that we got from the federal government to make sure that, because those funds were allowed to be used for students' financial aid, we used as much of that money as we could for student financial aid. Why? Because we know that students are the most important thing at Virginia State. And so it's exciting to have that happen. And one of the great benefits is that as we do that there are people in Richmond who turn on the money spigots who notice that Virginia State University in a time of challenge is the university that's leading the way in making sure we educate students. Not only are we the largest bump, right, over that year, but many of the institutions, their low-income students, the students who are most impacted by COVID, are the ones that they lost. Those are the ones we brought back, right? And so people are noticing the incredible work, the incredible value that Virginia State University has, and I wanted to say that that's incredible work that you all are doing. One of the things that kind of got to me just a little, okay, I'm not gonna lie, it got to me a lot, is that when the story came out that there were those who were talking about the story as if the story was fake, as if there was a problem. I got a couple of calls, actually, kind of people telling me, well, is this the right story? Is it the right thing, right? Should we be highlighting 4,300? Should we be highlighting this increase when we're not where we used to be. And some, and this is a very small minority, some who even question the numbers actually themselves. I'm going to tell you that hurt. I'm going to use Michael Jordan's thing, right? I took that personal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rev. I knew Rev would laugh. Basketball reference. I took that personal. And to be honest, I always take it personal. And not because it's necessarily a reflection on me, but because I know the hard work that people do at Virginia State to make sure that they get the numbers right. Many people don't know that we actually held that story for a whole month, while we scrubbed the numbers to make sure that there wasn't one number in it that wasn't right. That Gwen worked on that and did the calculations 12 or 15 times to make sure that she did them right. And so when you talk about the folks who are in recruitment, who are working really hard to bring the students back, when you talk about the folks who are in advisement, who are advising the students and doing everything that they can, when you talk about the folks in student accounts who are bending over backwards to make sure that we can provide the funds to make sure the kids go back to school, when you talk about the person who's managing our CARES funds, Adrian Petway, who is out making sure that we're using the funds in the right way to provide to the students so they can come back, there's a myriad of people who worked really, really hard to turn that into a success. And so whenever I take it personal, it's not on behalf of me, it's because I actually know all of the people individually who worked really hard to do that, and all of you who did that. And so I think that that's particularly important. I wanted to talk about that just to make sure that people understood, one, that the work that we do, and this is going to transition to later, right? I'm going to use this to pick it up later. But we need to work together, especially going forward in the future, because the mouth of just me or the great stories that Gwen puts out, for the next round of things that we have to do, it's not going to be enough. We're all going to have to talk the same. We're going to have to sell Virginia State. We're going to have to believe in what we do, or else the next round of success won't happen the way the successes have happened so far. And what are those successes? Kevin's going to come up here and talk, but I'm going to steal all of his thunder. Financially, we're doing fantastic. The good news is he's terribly conservative. And so even though we had 4,000 students last year, Kevin budgeted for 3,800 students because he's conservative. And we made our budget fit in 3,800 students, and then we finished with 4,300 students. And so our budget looks good for this year. Dr. Palmer's got some ads out. We're trying to hire some faculty. We need to move forward with that and continue to move. We're excited to start to add more and more people to the institution to do the work that we need to do. And so very excited about that. We are also, we started work on Harris Hall. Jane, thank you for your incredible work there. We are building over $100 million building in that spot. And then we're going to build the Institution Advancement and Admissions building in the parking lot of Daniels. And that's from the money from last year. So this year, as you all have heard in the news with the governor's race, HBCUs became a topic of conversation. The Democratic governor, the Democratic governor's candidate, what do we call it? The candidate? Democratic candidate for governor, that's what we call him. Terry McAuliffe mentioned it in his remarks, and the Republican candidate for governor, who eventually ended up winning, Glenn Youngkin, mentioned it a whole bunch of times in his remarks. It's not every day that one of the important issues that happens on a campaign trail is whether or not HBCUs should get funded more. The outgoing governor, has proposed a record increase in funding. Now, this is what's interesting. Last year was a record increase in funding. An increase so big, in fact, that I actually told you, I stood in front of you and said, this probably won't happen again. Well, I was wrong. The governor proposed another set of increase in funds, including capital and operating, that would be very substantial and in some ways record-breaking. And now the question becomes, with the General Assembly turning to Republican and the new governor, what are they going to do to pick up the outgoing governor's message? We don't know what he's going to do, but a lot of the signs are pointing towards the fact that we may do very well, like very well, like very well, right? And so this is a really exciting time to be at Virginia State and to be in HBCU. All right, and then he pivots. So what's the challenge? The challenge is this, and I'm going to talk real with you because you deserve to be talked real too. While we've been out, myself and Tanya, Palm to a lesser extent, really telling the great stories of Virginia State, the story that I've been trying to tell more often than not is a story of value, right? Is a story that there's no one who does the work as good as you do. in that in the work that you do, in the lives that you transform, that you allow students, young people in the Commonwealth of Virginia to chase the American dream, to become productive citizens, to become tax-paying citizens, and that there's not a better increase in return on investment for education in the Commonwealth of Virginia than investing in its HBCUs, particularly Virginia State University. That has been my mantra. It's been my mantra for 6 years, and I think a lot of people are listening to it. But a lot of the funds, to be honest, that people talk, as you hear the news articles come out, part of it has a very paternalistic vibe to it, where people are looking to give money to HBCUs because they've been underfunded for years. Now, look, I'm not going to turn down funds that are coming towards Virginia State, no matter why people are giving them. But I do know that story, and I know that that story ends at some point. Right? After people give the funds that they want to do for Virginia State University to make up for the wrongs of the past, by the way, those wrongs of the past are billions of dollars, not millions. Somebody is streaming it in here too, and I hear the echo. You got to help me out here because I can hear it. Is that Udonis? Come on, Udonis. Come on, Udonis, I'm going to call you out. There you go. All right, ooh, that was close. All right, ooh. Hearing my voice spit back to me. That was hard. That was hard. But when it's just for issues of the past, and here's the important thing, right? The amount of past funding that we've been underfunded, if you add it up over the years and you add the interest to it the way it needs to, it's billions of dollars. It's billions of dollars. There's not a way that in a current year that someone can make up 140 years of inadequate funding. But be that as it may, that storyline, when people do that and they do something for the past, what they'll do the next year is say, hey, look, we did something for you last year. You know, it's time for somebody else now. And I don't ever believe that it's not our time. It's always our time. And so what we've got to do is we've got to get ready for that time when people start to do that and begin to again tell the story again of how great the work is that happens at Virginia State. And I believe it's fantastic. And I believe that that work, that story, it can't be just told by media. It can't be just told by me. It's got to be told by all of you. It's got to be told all the time by all of you. And every story counts. In the fall commencement, when we gave Harvey his honorary doctorate, how many students did we graduate, Dr. Palm? About 320 students. We had about 320 stories of commencement. Those are all incredible stories of accomplishment that you all have done. We have to make sure that we continue to highlight those in every way, in every place, all the time. Everybody needs to know and understand the value that happens here at VSU, because we're going to need that as we start to propel out of this realm of HBCUs in the spotlight into the next realm, right? And we're going to make it into the next realm. And so I need you. We need you. I need you to celebrate the work of your colleagues, and I need you to celebrate your own work. One of the things I've said in the past is you may have only, how should I say this? You may have had 3 students go out for internship. You may have had 5 students go out for internship last year. For some of you, only having 3 means that's not a story. Oh, no, ma'am. Every student you send out for an internship is a story. I want you to pump them all up. Because honestly, you're doing some incredible work. We're the best kept secret in Virginia, and I'm tired of being a secret. So, all right, one more time. Second verse. Keep on walking tall. Hold your head up high. Lay your dreams right up to the sky. Sing your greatest song, and you'll keep going on. Take it from me, one day, someday, we'll all be free. Thank you very much. I'm done. Oh, look. Somebody's vaccination card is up here. So I think I got questions. Mr. Giles, are you, if there are any, in the room? Oh, I knew what it was. While y'all try to find questions. I'm excited because I get my 5th year plaque this year, so I'm really excited about my 5th year plaque. Really excited about that.
Good morning, Mr. President, and Happy New Year, faculty and staff.
Good morning, sir. Hold the mic a little closer to your mouth, my friend.
Mine is not a question.
A little closer to your mouth so I can hear you better.
Yeah, mine is really not a question. It's really to commend the administration I think I stand in a better position to do that. I have been around here for 40 years, and I have seen 6 presidents. The Abdullah Palm administration, I think, is the best. Now, why do I come to that conclusion? There are certain things that I have seen this administration do that at times I wonder, what planet are they from? Example, is it feeding us for an entire semester? Is it giving us incentives to be vaccinated, to protect us, and a free lunch? Or is it the pattern moratorium for last semester? Though the calculation was a little bit off. Being an economist, I'm a man of numbers. Regular is $100. And we were told that in the fall that there would be no payment, and in the spring that we should pay $91. That math is a little bit off. But nevertheless, we are very appreciative. And I do not know, it seems this will be my last semester here. But I want to assure the faculty and staff that you are in good hands. I must say that I regret it very much that I'll be leaving. Because from what he has said, we are sailing through good times. And I really want to be around. But nevertheless, when you're on the dance floor and you're tired, you should get off the dance floor. So I thank both of you and all of you that we have done very, very well. Hail Virginia State.
Now, Dr. Adonis, it's a little dark, so I can't see. Is that Dr. Esiano? First of all, thank you very much for your kind remarks, Dr. Esiano. And of course, me and you are part of a very secret club where we work here and our wives work at Virginia Union. And so we are going to miss you, sir. Thank you for your commitment. I say this to folks. We say this it's said it for the military, but I think it could be said in other places too. But thank you for giving your life in service to Virginia State University. It's greatly appreciated, sir. Anything on the thing, Danny Giles?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the questions is, did we also see our faculty pay increase relative to other Virginia public colleges?
Say that one more time.
Did we also see our faculty pay increase relative to other Virginia public colleges?
I'm not sure I know exactly what the question is, but I can answer it this way. As proposed in the governor's budget, there is a 5% increase in the budget for this year and a 5% increase in the budget for next year that we, as an administration, Dr. Palmer and I, are supporting as we go up to the General Assembly. It's not a trivial increase, and we're proud that as we talk about doing things in higher education and doing things for the Commonwealth, that we're doing things for faculty and staff as well. So I hope that is the answer that we are looking for. And in addition, I do know that there's a considerable increase in pay equity at Virginia State University. The Faculty Senate is working alongside our Director of Human Resources with our consultant to make sure that we do a very critical analysis to make sure that we have pay equity across all of our units. And so we are committed to that. We have put money towards that. And as soon as that study is done, we will implement those things in the study that we can't afford to implement. Okay?
Good morning.
I know who that is. Hey, Doc.
I'm here by the virtue of Bush tea. I was at home not feeling well this morning, but my husband knew this might be my last time, so he fixed me some Bush tea earlier, and I've been sipping on that all morning. And I just wanted to come and say to you, to Dr. Palm, to my colleagues, something that I learned when I lived 13 years in the Virgin Islands: enough respect.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Adeyemi. That is very, very kind. I appreciate you. You doing all right? Okay, all right. All right. Mr. Giles?
What is the administration doing to get input from faculty on what did or did not work for faculty in HighFlex?
Whew. I would encourage, let me say this. One, I know this is a very challenging thing. COVID has changed the way we do business. I would prefer, I think most of us would prefer, being face-to-face. I think we also know that there's some of our young people that don't learn the way we need them to when they're totally remote. And so that means that HighFlex becomes one of those options that we all want to see happen because it's got the best chance in some ways of success in this very difficult time frame. What happens with HighFlex and whether it is successful in different folks' classrooms is really a discipline-specific and faculty-specific challenge. I would encourage folks to work in and around the departments and with the dean to find out what the best ways are to make instruction happen in the best way. We want to see it happen in the best way. Anything that we can do to add resources to either help training or I know we've got challenge. By the way, I didn't say this earlier and I meant to. I know we've got challenges at Virginia State. Some of those challenges, of course, include procurement, IT, and includes human resources. I have the utmost confidence that Mr. Edwards in procurement, Mr. Edwards in IT, Mr. Phillips in procurement, Ms. Simmons in HR are doing everything that they can to get us to a place where we can be more than we are today. And so they have the resources to do that. Dr. Palm has all the resources, Tia, to make HighFlex the best that we can. But if there are challenges, I'd like you to deal with them in the departments because I think that many of these things are discipline specific. And whatever we can do to help solve those challenges, we're all in. Thank you, Mr. Giles.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And season's greetings to all of you. A casual survey or a non-randomized survey of our students shows that majority of them would like to stay online. So my question is, are there layout plans to cajole them to come to classes? I mean, they prefer, I know most of them prefer online all throughout the whole semester. So what are the plans to cajole them to come to classes?
Whew. That is an incredible question. I'm going to repeat it back to make sure I understood it. Many of the students would prefer to be online all the time. What are we going to do to cajole them to get them back into class? Again, after this first couple weeks of flexibility with faculty, so faculty can feel comfortable with it, but assuming that faculty are going back into the classroom, what do we do to cajole the students to come back into the classroom? That's I'm not sure I have the answer more than I believe that you all have the answer. I think it's a very difficult question. I think a lot of students, as I mentioned earlier, they don't always learn best online, but that's what they would prefer because it allows them to have the flexibility to do all the other things they want to do. Many of our students want to come to campus. They want to move into the dorms, but then they want to have all their classes online. I think that whatever we can do to support what individual faculty want to do to get students back into the classroom, I'm kind of all in on that. But I would leave that to the individual faculty in the classroom. But whatever we can do as the administration to support them, either by sending out something wide to encourage them to take the face-to-face classes that are being offered or the HighFlex to go into the classroom, we can certainly do that. So we can certainly kind of come behind and encourage. But whatever you need to help, please let us know. But we will follow the faculty in that vein. Yes, sir.
The question is, will the Wi-Fi here at the university be updated?
Say that one more time.
Will the Wi-Fi be updated?
I didn't hear you.
Will the Wi-Fi be updated?
Lord have mercy.
University Wi-Fi.
Yeah, okay, so yes, but I think I think one of the things that we haven't done well, and when I say we right now, I mean me, I haven't done it well. And because I haven't done it well, I haven't modeled the behavior that I want the other administrators to do. I know for a fact that we have allotted the resources through Dr. Palm to Mr. Edwards to make sure that we can upgrade Wi-Fi. Partially because it is the students' number one concern. Number one. There isn't even a number two. Their number one concern is Wi-Fi. During the day, outside of the day, everything. And we know we have a problem, and the students are complaining about it. But the thing that I haven't done, and I need Mr. Edwards to probably do better than me on this, is to offer some very realistic timeframes on how long that's going to take. It is a number one priority. The resources have already been allotted. But even when the resources are allotted, it's going to take time and energy and strategy and tactics to make sure that we can get it to where we need it to get to. And so, one, the individuals that I mentioned, Mr. Edwards, Mr. Phillips in procurement, Ms. Simmons in human resources, I know that there are many challenges that exist across the institution that many of you even want to ask today. I am making them available to come to all department meetings, college meetings, and division meetings to begin to discuss the challenges that you specifically have, whether that be with procurement, HR, or IT. And what I'm asking them to do is, even if they give you the answers that they don't want, that you don't want to necessarily have, that they offer you the realistic path towards the conclusion of some of the challenges that we have. Because again, some of that's going to take longer than we would all like it to take, but the resources have been allotted to make sure that we can improve Wi-Fi. Tracy is actually behind the curtain. She's kind of, well, now she's over here trying to tell me to stop, but you know, I've got the microphone, so what's she gonna do? Thank you all so much for what you do for VSU. We are entering into a new phase. I am excited to enter into that new phase with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Abdullah. We're now going to hear the fiscal update from Kevin Davenport, Vice President of Finance and Administration, followed by probably one of the most important topics we're going to talk about today, COVID-19 health and safety protocol updates by Dr. Robert Corley.
Good morning to everyone and Happy New Year. I actually this morning just have a few slides. Many of you have already seen this slide. I believe I showed it at opening conference for this fall semester. But it's a depiction of all of the sources of revenue here at the institution, and we need all of those buckets of revenue all working together to ensure that greater happens here. So very briefly, on the left-hand side where it says university, that's really like student tuition and fees, the money that students pay for their room and board and things of that nature. Federal funds, that's sponsored programs. It's a pretty large amount in itself. It also entails like Title IV funds for student aid. Then we have the state funds. I think you all know that state funds come into the university in the forms of yearly appropriations. And in addition to that, we receive some capital funding from the state as well. And then that last bucket is private funds, which is like from philanthropy and private donations. Well, I'm very pleased to report, as I did in the fall, really for the first time, all of those buckets are doing extremely well. They are all working together to, again, ensure that greater can happen here. Very briefly, starting over on the far left-hand side, the university funds, as Dr. Abdullah had mentioned, enrollment has done really well this year. We were pretty conservative in our enrollment projections, and I'm very pleased to say we're about 460 students over what we had budgeted, which is a tremendous story. In addition to that, the number that we had on campus, we were relatively very conservative in how we approached that, and we're about 260 students over what we had on campus. So that university bucket is doing extremely well. The other three buckets have been quite historic. This institution has never received that type of support from any of those. On a federal side, I think you know that that's driven by a few rounds of federal monies that we received, a couple under Trump and one under Biden. That money has come into the institution. Most of it is for COVID-related type of expenses, but it's a lot of it, and it's all actually divided into the students actually have a piece for student aid and a piece that actually supports the institution. Overall, it's over $80 million, and it's quite historic. The institution has never really received that type of federal support. With the state as well, it's quite historic. We seemed like we got everything we wrote for. I know Dr. Palm and Dr. Menace worked extremely hard on that 6-year plan, had a lot of initiatives in the 6-year plan. Both of them did a lot of writing on that. I think everything that they wrote, we were funded for. So we were really, and that was a permanent increase in our permanent base budget of about $3.2 million. On the capital side, Dr. Abdullah, Mr. Burton, our government relations person, did a phenomenal job. I mean, I would have never imagined that this institution could have received that type of support. We got about $211 million from the state for capital projects, and this is during the time when other institutions like UVA and JMU and some of the other really large institutions, VCU, really didn't get that type of that type of support. So we've done extremely well on the state side, and again, that's quite historic to receive that type of attention on the capital side, plus the appropriation side. And then lastly, I think everyone knows on the private side that it's been a very similar story. Again, very historic for this institution. We've never received a gift quite that large and anywhere close actually to that amount. And that's the Mackenzie Scott gift that we received last year, and that was about $30 million. So I'm pleased right now all of those categories are still doing well. Of course, we're trying to be very concerned. A lot of the COVID money is one-time money, so we want to be very smart in the way that we're investing those monies. I know that the administration, Dr. Palm, Dr. Abdullah, working very closely with the faculty, with Dr. Shabanu, to make sure that the things that we do decide to do as an administration, that we do have the proper participation from others in terms of chiming in on how to use those funds. So I believe that process is working out. And is this the Turner? How do I advance the slide? Oh, thank you. And this is the second slide that I have, and just really wanted to tee that up here today. We're actually planning on presenting this to the board for the upcoming February meeting. But it's that time of the year where we have to look at tuition and fee increases. We're still being very mindful that a lot of our students here and their ability to pay the full sticker price of that tuition and fee. We're trying to keep our tuition and fees as low as possible. I think you all know part of our story is we are the lowest institution in the state in terms of tuition and fees, so we're very proud of where we are in terms of affordability, and that's certainly somewhere that the president wants to keep us still moving in that direction. So this year, and this is relatively small, I know, I'm not sure if you can see it, but we're not proposing any increases on tuition, which is, I think, where we need to be. However, we are proposing a $500 increase in that technology fee. That technology fee was only $229, so it's a pretty significant increase. I think based on some of the questions that we had a few minutes ago, you all know why that increase is there. We've had to do quite a bit of work in the classrooms in terms of providing additional technology. We've provided to the students a $500 stipend, and we're using some of these temporary funds for those, but we know that those funds are going to run out, so we want to continue those programs. And in addition to that, our CIO has done a pretty good initial assessment of our equipment around campus and some of our needs, and certainly we have a lot of updated equipment. So all of those things, that $500 technology increase in technology fee for the students is intended to go to that. That's the good news. If we can get it funded, we can prop up that area a little bit more. The bad news is probably that $500 in terms of those needs on the technology side is really just a fraction of those costs. So it's something, it's probably the one cost that we look at very closely. With that, I just put that's showing in different categories, but you can see the impact. We talk about it a lot in terms of the impact to in-state students. And so that $500 increase in the technology fee will represent a 2.4% total bottom line increase. And we believe, based on talking to our other peers and what they're looking at, we believe this will be one of the lowest increases in the Commonwealth, and we will maintain our position. With that, I don't have anything else, but I will field any questions if anyone has any questions. All right. Oh, is there?
Yes. How has VSU made a definite decision as to what it will do with the $30 million that was received from Jeff Bezos' wife?
A decision has not been made. However, we are looking at it, and the president, I know, had challenged the provost, and there's a team of individuals looking at different ideas on how to use that. And that is certainly not to use that entire 30 million, but I think we're going out for this initial input of looking for projects of $1 million, and we're looking for our best idea, and our plan is to use some of that McKinsey Scott to fund some of those ideas. However, I will say that our plans are not to spend up all of that 30 million. Right now, we've bought it in. We've actually invested that money, so that money is actually earning money now, and we certainly look forward to, as we progress, the money that it earns, being able to use that for some of our strategic priorities.
Okay, another question was, can the university tell us who received the innovation grants that were given last semester?
I think, yes, Dr. Palm.
Dr. Palm will have it in his presentation.
Okay, is that it? All right. Thank you all very much. Oh, I'm sorry, one more question. All right, thank you all.
Great morning, everyone. Oh. Okay. Happy New Year. We started out last year with 2 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 7, which says that God did not give us a spirit of fear, but rather one of power, one of love, and one of sound mind. So today, first, I want to thank each and every one of you for playing your role in empowering us as a community to combat COVID. Doing it in a spirit of love, but doing it also with a spirit of self-control and sound mind. As we reflect today on where we are, we had an opportunity to have a spring, our fall commencement. We had over 300 students that we graduated. We had a chance to see our first BSN student graduate, and we had a chance to see Dr. Harvey give one of his final commencement speeches. And so we were able to do that, and we did that together. Uh-oh. This is it? The green button, okay. All right. Is the other green button? Okay, all right. All right, let me get back. So in addition to that, because of your great work, our great work, what we've been able to do together, we were able to be one of the only universities in this National Town Hall. It was with our Honorable, the Lieutenant Governor-elect Winston Sears, and other healthcare professionals. And we had a great opportunity to tell this great story of success that we had with this less than 1% positivity rate for the whole year. And I want to thank each and every one of you for doing your part to help us to have such a successful story. I also wanted to say a quick thank you to Dr. Cynthia Ellison and the entire health and wellness team. Give them a hand, please. I want to say a special thanks to the COVID response team. What you may not know, every Monday at 4 o'clock, we begin our meetings religiously, and we end our meetings every single Monday, even during the break, somewhere around 5 or 6 or 7 o'clock. And so these individuals are working, 7 o'clock. It's not going no worse than 7 o'clock. So, but these individuals have shown a commitment over 22 months to do their part to help and keep us safe. So give them a hand, please. And last, I'll say this. I work with COVID directors all over the state, COVID directors all over the country. One of the things that distinguishes us, though, is that we have a provost and president who are not only committed to the process, they are present, they're engaged, and they commit not only their time, but they also commit financial resources to make sure that we are safe. So I would be remiss if I didn't give them a hand. So where are we now? As you all know, yesterday the governor gave a state of emergency, and just want to share the purpose of that. The purpose was because in our hospitals across Virginia right now, our healthcare workers, our medical professionals, some of them are getting tired, and some of them are actually getting ill. And so one of the things this executive order did was it allowed individuals from other states to come into Virginia to help provide support for them for the next 30 days. It also opened up opportunities for medical assistants and other individuals to be a part of our both vaccination and our testing efforts. So I know you all saw that on the news today. I just wanted to give you a little insight in what that was about. But for us, right now, Virginia's test positive rate as of yesterday was 35.6. And I want you to put in perspective what that means. When we first started this process, 5% was high. Yesterday, we were at 35.6. And for the past week, we have been increasing 1 percentage point almost every day. UVA's model predicts that we will have a surge will reach a peak around January 23rd. And so what we have to now begin to do is to kind of shift our mindsets. We have to kind of begin to manage the expectation. Part of that begins with us understanding that we may be shifting from an epidemic, and we went to a pandemic, and we may now be going to an endemic. Just to give you a few definitions, an epidemic is actually when we have significant disease, and new cases are substantially spreading, and it exceeds what expected. So that's where we started at, right? We know this happened overseas. And then it shifted to a pandemic, where a pandemic is an epidemic that travels. So if you think about it, just give a pandemic a passport, and that's what we got. Give an epidemic a passport, now we got a pandemic. Endemics are constant presences of the respective disease in a specific location. And so when you think about 35%, that's really where we are headed. And so we celebrated a less than 1% positivity rate. Actually, our positivity rate was about 0.5. Today, you see in the area surrounding us, the positivity rate is 35%. So that means we got to make a shift in our mindsets. We got to make a shift in our expectations. This is just a pictorial I put together. Assume that everyone you encounter is potentially positive. I want you to think about that. At 35%, that means what? basically 1/3 of everybody who takes a test, and greater than 1/3, is positive. That means if you are in a grocery store line, you can go up 2 people, that person is probably positive. You can go back 2 people, that person is probably positive. This is really just trying to describe that I can take a negative COVID test today, go through my daily activities, which could be going to the grocery store or pharmacy. If I have kids, I can go drop them off at school. If I have other family members, I can go visit them. And then within a 24-hour period, not necessarily because I got it from these activities, but because the viral load was not at that point in my body, that I can test positive tomorrow for COVID. So part of our shift in mindset is you have to assume everything that we have done, our mitigation strategies, they have to be constant. Assume that everyone you encounter is potentially positive. So, what do we look like right now? We just began our testing process, and currently we have about 15% of our students that have come back, which has been a very small number. They're beginning to come back really tomorrow, but we've had 15% of them to be positive. When you look at the faculty and staff testing that we've done so far, we've had 9%. And so I just want to put in perspective, when we left here in December, we were talking about 0.5%. We're already at 15% and 9%. You look at the total campus right now for those individuals who have tested, is 9.5. Okay. So what have we done? Of course, we had safety protocols in place, vaccine requirements. We added boosters, as I'll talk a little more about. We had mask requirements. We have upgraded our masks to N95 and KN95s. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for that suggestion, and thank you, Ms. Harris, Jane Harris. Testing, we've continued. Right now, we're doing census testing, re-entry testing. Not all universities are actually doing that. We're one of a few that are actually doing that. We still have social distancing requirements. We still have our cleaning schedules engaged. And we still have areas that we are monitoring to make decisions. Now, in addition to that, just remember, our framework has been consistent with the CDC's 8 key COVID prevention strategies: testing, mask requirements, vaccinations, hand washing, isolation, quarantine, maintaining a healthy environment, contact tracing, and making sure we have operations policies that support this. With respect to our booster, the president mentioned it before, we have requirement, full COVID-19 vaccination and booster shots are required for this spring semester. University faculty and staff, they must upload proof of this shot through the Medicat portal. Our due date is February 1st. Those individuals who are not eligible to receive their booster, they must submit proof of their booster no later than 30 days following their first day of eligibility. COVID booster shot clinics, we actually began this process in December before we left, and we are continuing it in this semester. In fact, today we have a booster clinic in Daniel's Gymnasium from 8 to 12, and tomorrow through Sunday, we will have booster clinics from 8 to 5 every single day. Mandatory masking, we already had that, but we made sure that we listened to what we heard and listened to the science. And so we decided to upgrade our masks to both N95s and KN95s. As you know, cloth masks as a sole level protection are no longer really appropriate per CDC guidelines. Why did we upgrade? Well, several reasons. Of course, these are more protective, but these are actually very nice. They have a nose clip for people who wear glasses like myself that kind of prevents them from fogging up. It has a great support on both the chin to prevent air pockets. And it's a very soft material that fits your face very well. So again, I'm very grateful that we've been able to upgrade our masks, and those will be distributed through the same process that we used last year, both through the building managers and through Ms. Jane Harris and through the deans and each unit head. Testing, we do an entry-level testing that started actually January 6th through January 16th. Students were still receiving grab bags. Faculty testing began on the 4th. We continued it into the 7th, but actually you can go and get tested right now. We're continuing our campus surveillance testing, and we continue our symptomatic and asymptomatic testing. We'll continue throughout the whole semester. But I wanted to be clear, if you are sick, President said it earlier, I think the provost may have said it, if you are sick, stay home. Additional temporary measures that we did, as you know, with respect to learning modalities, classes will start as scheduled on January 18th, but through the first 10 days, we're utilizing a high-flex or online option. We will assess where we are and communicate the next steps. Supervisors have already been notified to work with arranged modified work schedules. What that really means is, in the previous year, we were worried about people having to quarantine. Now we're really concerned that we want to make sure that we don't decimate a whole team because people were in the same place, all the whole team at the same time, and they all get infected. Our dining services, Jones and Gateway dining halls will be grab and go. And thank you, Ms. Davis-Peggy. Our spring indoor athletic events for the first 2 weeks will be spectator-free. Just to follow up on the modalities, these are a high flex, which most of us all know. We know the definitions, but they're here. We have online synchronous. You see the definitions, and you've seen them before. And we have online asynchronous. If we look at it, though, these courses are delivered in person and online at the same time by the same faculty member. And the key here is that all student participation is expected during scheduled class times. And while students attending in person will meet on campus, virtual attendees are not required to be on campus. We were very, very strategic in making sure that not only did faculty have an option in this, but the students also had one. So, just make sure we're all on the same page. What are some of the things that we have done? We have vaccinations and booster requirements. We have a mask policy. We upgraded to N95. We have cleaning schedules in place. We have depopulation. We have reentry testing. We have weekly testing of exempt individuals. We have surveillance testing of the entire face-to-face campus community. We have contact tracing. Now let's talk a little bit about our quarantine, in particular our isolation procedures per CDC and VDH guidelines. So, as you all know, on January 4th, the CDC made some changes to both quarantine and isolation. The biggest thing they did, they shortened the isolation period from 10 days to 5, and they shortened the quarantine period from 14 days to 5. So, what does this look like? Well, if you tested positive for COVID or have symptoms regardless of vaccination status, and this is a figure that comes created, it's a CDC isolation flow chart. I have a reference up there. But if you tested positive for COVID-19 or have symptoms regardless of your vaccination status, stay home. Stay home for at least 5 days. Stay home and isolate from others in your home. Wear a well-fitted mask if you're going to be around others, even in your home. How do we end that isolation? End in isolation if you had symptoms. You end isolation after 5 full days. If you are fever-free for 24 hours without the use of fever-reducing medication, and your symptoms are improving. Now, this isn't me. This is from the CDC. You end isolation if you do not have symptoms by going through your 5 full days after your positive test. And if you were severely ill with COVID, you really should consult your primary health care physician before ending isolation. What else should we do during the remaining 5 days? Well, to take precautions, you should wear a well-fitted mask for 10 full days anytime you are around others inside your home or in the public. Do not go places where you are unable to wear a mask. Avoid travel, avoid being around people who are at high risk. So what does this mean in a practical sense? Well, it means, and this is from the CDC, it's calculating isolation. And so day 0 is your first day of symptoms or a positive viral test. Day 1 is the first full day after your symptoms developed or your test was collected. And again, if you have COVID-19 or have symptoms, isolate for at least 5 days. So what we have here is if a person tests positive for COVID on day 16, then day 17, 18, 19, 20, and at day 21, which is the end of the 5 days, they can end isolation. Likewise, if a person, and that's for an asymptomatic person, if a person is symptomatic, that means, let's give an example here, if they were tested on day 23rd, on the 23rd of January, that would be day 1. And so then they would now wait from the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th, and the 27th, and now they could be released from isolation. What are they supposed to do for the next 5 days? That means up until February 1st, wear a mask. Likewise, with the first example I gave, they would be wearing a mask for the next 5 days too. So, what are the areas that we are going to continue to look at for our decision-making purposes? Well, we're going to continue to work with our local, regional, and statewide leaders and receive their recommendations. We're going to continue to work with our state epidemiologists, Cal, and our local and regional health departments. We're going to continue to monitor absenteeism, look at our outbreaks in combination with increased COVID-19 positive tests. We're going to continue to monitor our local healthcare facilities and their capacity to meet our needs of care. And we're going to continue, which may even be more important this time, to monitor VSU's capacity for effective operations. Just to give you an example, as much as we talk about positivity rates, can you imagine if the whole healthcare staff all had COVID at one time? How that would impact our ability to operate. And so finally, the decisions regarding dismissals and shutdowns will be made in consultation both with our local and state public health officials and the governor's office. I also wanted to acknowledge as I end this that you're probably aware of the 2 bills that have been produced that create additional challenge as we are trying to come back this semester and put in the strict mitigation strategies. And so we are aware of what's going on at the state level, the bills that were introduced on December 27th, and actually one that will be introduced tomorrow, centered around vaccines, masks, and also testing. But despite that, we believe that the approach that we have done, it has kept us whole, it's kept us safe, and because of that, we believe that we will continue to have greater things happening here at VSU because of the strategies and the commitment that we've had. That's the end of my presentation. At this time, I'm going to take any questions. Thank you.
All right, we have a few for you, Dr. Corley.
Just a couple. Good morning, sir. First question is the infection status changes from day to day. So, is the testing done on campus? I think they're asking each day to teach. Do you have to test each day to teach class?
Thank you for the question. I think you're asking, do we need to test every day to teach class? No. I think in the description that I was trying to get across is that even that testing every day would not be a guarantee of our safety. And so the mitigation strategies that we put in place, mask wearing, we are we are vaccinated campus, we have a requirement for boosters, we have hygiene policies in place. Those are the things, and we've depopulated, those are the things that we are leaning upon because we have a layered approach to this. And so testing is a part of that, it's important, but we can't simply test our way out of this. And the testing, the confidence that you get for today really doesn't even last until tomorrow. And so thank you for that, but no, we're not going to test everybody every day. The other thing is, if you don't know, one of the reasons we are providing tests here is because it's very difficult to get tests in the community. I'm sure you've heard at the federal government level that the federal government is about to send out about 500 million tests. But if you try to go get a test in stores right now, it's very, very limited supply, in particular for your rapid test. In fact, there are certain hospitals that even when you get a PCR test, it's still a backlog. And so we've been very fortunate. Just give my hands off to our team here in securing tests that we have. But no, we're not going to test everybody every single day.
I believe you answered it, but like today I was tested and I'm cleared. Next week when I come back, will I have to get tested again? I think you answered that, but I just wanted to clarify it. So each week we're not getting tested. Thank you.
So we will have, as part of our strategy, we have surveillance testing of our entire population, which will occur every week. But census testing every week we will not do. But we will, and we also will be available for folks to receive tests. But we are not going to have mandatory testing every single day or every single week.
We have an online question.
Okay.
What are the testing requirements for faculty teaching fully online this semester?
I believe the question was, what are the testing requirements for faculty who are teaching fully online this semester? Is that, am I correct? Okay. So just like last semester, those individuals who were not coming to our campus, we had individuals who were teaching in other states, adjuncts and other individuals. We did not require them at the time to come and be tested. And so that same process and procedure that we used last semester will be consistent for this one.
Do you have any indications of the extent to which COVID and the disruptions that we've experienced or have been experiencing have had any kind of emotional, mental health, or psychological impact on our students? And if so, is the committee factoring, is your group factoring that into your deliberations?
So thank you for that question, and I would probably add not just students. You would probably add both your faculty, staff, administrators, and everybody, because COVID did not differentiate. And so, as you all know, last semester we were one of the first universities in the nation to pause and actually have a health and wellness day. And the beautiful thing about it is we didn't do it after a negative event happened. We did it as a proactive means. And that means that we have been in tune throughout this whole process on the medical and clinical health aspects of it. You will often hear me say that this is as much a psychological battle as it is a physical one. And you also know that right now many folks have experienced COVID burnout. And so, yes, we actually have been very intentional about it. We have been, and I've thanked the provost and president before, but we've actually beefed up in those areas by providing additional mental health support, whether it was through the telehealth or actually by bringing in individuals. We beefed up that particular team because we understand the connectivity between both the mental and the physical aspects in this battle that we're in. So thank you for that. But yes, we have.
We do have another question online.
Okay.
Are we recommending testing on the 5th day if you still have symptoms?
I beg your pardon?
The question is asking if individuals have tested positive and on the 5th day they still have symptoms, are we recommending retesting?
An individual who tested positive on the 5th day?
No, they tested positive. Are you retesting them on the 5th day?
Yeah. So as far as our students, so the CDC did not go as far as to mandate the test on day 5. However, as a best practice for us on our campus, and because we have the availability, we will run rapid tests on our students on day 5. For our faculty and staff, we are really still saying if you're sick, stay home. If you want to get a test on day 5, which is advisable, we are going to ask you to go to your primary health care facility or use a different site for that.
A faculty member would like to know if their classes will be online during the first 2 weeks. Are they required to be on campus?
I believe the question was if the faculty are teaching online, are they required to be on campus during the first 2 weeks? I may need some support with that particular one. Right now, we definitely gave the option of the faculty to help manage that process, but I think that's probably an issue I'm going to let the provost respond to.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for that question. The faculty are not required to be on campus for the first 2 weeks if you're going to be teaching remote. Again, this is identified as your decision on how to teach the class. However, we would like for you to come on campus just in case, again, there's students who may have questions that are here on campus, that maybe you can also really help them out along the way as well. So as we take a look at this first 2 weeks, again, the ideal for me would be to have faculty on campus doing their high flex or their remote from their office. But again, that is just my recommendation. We're not requiring that. If you're going to be teaching online, of course, you don't need to be on campus. However, again, if you can come back on campus and start getting acclimated, and also being there for the students who are on campus to try to assist them through some of the instruction that you're giving them as well.
Thank you, Dr. Palm.
There is a question in reference to the number of masks that will be made available to the faculty members on campus. And simply put, how many masks will be available for individuals who are on campus?
Okay, I think I hear the question that will we have an adequate supply of masks to support the faculty and staff? And that answer is yes. We have an adequate supply now. We have continued to build and beef that area up. Ms. Harris has done an excellent job with that, so yes. Now, I don't think the idea was to provide masks for everybody to carry home. So if you're asking that question, then I would probably say no. But if you're asking if we have adequate supply to deal with the needs of our campus, we do, yes.
And this one is just for clarification for the faculty members who will not be returning to campus until February 1st. Will there be a delay in their testing until shortly before that? So I guess the question is, in terms of the submission of the test and Medicat, for those individuals not returning until the 1st, when should they upload their tests? When should their tests be conducted?
We stated that we wanted the test to be uploaded 48 hours before they arrive. However, we also know that individuals can come to campus and be tested as they arrive also. But if you are going to do your test out and then upload into Medicat like we requested, it should be 48 hours.
Thank you. Are faculty members still expected to purchase parking decals given our uncertainty with teaching face-to-face?
Yes, because if they're going to come to campus at any moment, they need to have a parking decal.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Corley, and I know I have Mr. Davenport here right there as well, but the answer is yes for now, and so we are moving forward with purchasing of the parking decals.
Just one more question here,
Yeah.
Dr. Corley. What happens if the governor changes the mandate for testing and masking? What will happen for us at VSU?
Great question. You all may know that one of our sister institutions, in anticipation of that, decided to move their deadline up to just about the day before inauguration. But one of the things that we have benefited from is having a very high compliance with our mandate. And so we do know at the immediate time, that the level of compliance when we left in December was about 89%. And so as far as the vaccine, once you're vaccinated, you can't take it back. And so we benefit from having a highly vaccinated population. And also, I think one of the things that we did was create a culture. And so really, I don't believe we actually, I believe Virginia State University being unique, I think we will get the booster not because it's a mandate, but because it's the best thing to do to help keep our campus safe. So I'm not as concerned about whether or not they rescind that or not at this point, because I think based on the great success that we have had with a 1% positivity rate or less than 1% positive rate, I think we have actually created a culture of safety, and that's one of the best ways to ensure it.
Thank you, Dr. Corley. And
Yes, for our testing on campus, what should be the time that a tested person should wait before they anticipate they're safe to come back? We know if it's a positive test, you will hear. But what would be an ideal window of time to wait if you've not heard back to assume that you are negative?
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm not, I think I got it. I think you're asking me what would be the best time frame to get tested before you come back to campus? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 72. So right now, LabCorp, not only for, and just like the hospitals, the PCR tests, although they are available, because there was a shortage of rapid tests across America, everybody's using PCR tests. And so that created a backlog, and most of your laboratories are doing analysis right now, whether it's LabCorp or any other ones, or even the general hospitals that are doing it. So generally, it's about a 72-hour max wait period. Thank you. All right.
Dr. Corley, I don't think you can answer this one, but I do want to read it because of it's being posted several times. There seems to be some issue with purchasing the decals online, and the individuals that are participating virtually would like that to be known, that they are unable to complete their decal purchase online. So we will look into that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a great year.
Thank you, Dr. Corley, for that wonderful information. At this time, we're going to take a brief 5-minute break. If you want to stretch, you may stretch. If you didn't get your lapel and you're in person and you didn't get your lapel program or cup, please go out and get that. And we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Could everybody please take their seats? We're going to get started in 1 minute. All right, thank you very much. As we prepare to get started with our next speaker, can everybody give a round of applause for the speakers that we've had so far, our presenters? A lot of great information that was needed, so we're very excited about that. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is going to tell our story, Dr. Gwen Williams Dandridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's great to be here. I'm excited to continue to tell you about some of the advancements that we have made in the Office of Communication. Because of you, all of the greater that happens here, just want to share with you a few of our accomplishments. So we'll begin with just a few things talking about our recent news makers. And then we have a very exciting initiative that I'm just super excited about, and I think you will be too, when we get ready to tell you about how we're going to planning to centralize some of our university communications. We'll tell you about that. Then just want to give you a quick reminder about our Rave Alert and then some of our social media initiatives, and then I'll be happy to accept any questions that you may have for me. Dr. Corley mentioned in his presentation just a few moments ago about mental health. Well, many of you know that last semester we had a mental health day. This was an initiative of our Student Government Association as well as our Faculty and Staff Senate, and we gave everyone an opportunity to just kind of exhale for a day. Well, we were not the first people in the country to do that, but we were amongst those who put that story out, which made people think that we were the first people in the country to do that. And as a result of putting out this press release to the media, we got national and even international attention about our mental health day. We had media on campus throughout the day talking about this great initiative that Virginia State University had come up with. Many schools started to call us. They called Dr. Palm, they called our president, they called our health services, asking how we had pulled this together for our university, but all of this was a result of all of the positive media attention that we ended up getting for our mental health day. And as a result of that, we ended up getting some additional national and, as I said, international attention, and I'll tell you about that in just a few moments. One of the other, I think that we went way too far. Can we go back here? Okay, again, that was some of the attention that we got. Now let's move to the next slide. Okay, all right, so another one of our big initiatives here was our 2021 Points of Pride. These were your points of pride. If we can go to the actual internet where these are housed, we did send these out to all of you, so you got all of this in an email. But just in the event that you did not get an opportunity to look at this, this was so impressive, and not impressive just because it was an impressive looking document. If you look at all of the information that was put here in this 2021 Points of Pride, it was tremendous work that was done by all of you here in this room and all of you who are listening virtually, all of the tremendous work that we did here at Virginia State University in spite of the fact that we were dealing with a pandemic. If we can scroll through it and just look at some of the accomplishments of 2021, we placed top 30 in the category of best overall HBCUs, ranked in the top 30% of performers on social mobility, ranked in the top 10 of student retention. We ranked by Washington Monthly Magazine as in the top 15% of bang for your buck institutions. We announced that we were unnaming four buildings on campus and then renaming those after African American women who were all alums of Virginia State University. That story got tremendous coverage as well. We announced our VSU Center for Entrepreneurship out of the Reginald F. Lewis College of Business. We entered a partnership to study best practices that impact STEM. We received a portion of $1 million donation. It just went on and on and on. And if you scroll through here, we created the VSU Public Health Institute. We established the nation's first HBCU Center for Policing Leadership and Social Justice. We hosted the inaugural International James Arthur Baldwin Symposium. And these were just a few of the accomplishments that we added into this actual document. There was so much more. So these were not the points of pride necessarily of the Office of Communications. These were the points of pride of Virginia State University. All of the tremendous work that many of our faculty and our staff members did under the guidance of our tremendous leadership of Dr. Palm and his team, we were able to just do an enormous amount or make an enormous impact nationally and internationally. But I will share with you that one of the points of pride for the Office of Communications is that every single thing that you see listed here on this points of pride was covered by the media. The media covered, if you Googled, you can find at least one story on every single one of these points of pride. So Virginia State University continued to make a measurable impact, at least even as it relates to, we can get out of this and go back to the PowerPoint slide if we can, a measurable impact as it relates to, I'm just continuing to get media coverage. Again, if we look here, there was, this is just some of the media coverage that we received from some of those points of pride. But in addition to getting media coverage, what the points of pride and some of the other tremendous work that you did, what it led to was we started to have media reaching out to us. That we weren't having to always send out press releases to get their attention. People were leaning in to see and hear what's happening at Virginia State University. In fact, Richmond Magazine contacted us and asked could they do a story on our enrollment. So you can expect that to be a story that you see come out relatively soon. And they're talking about our VCAN program over in our admissions department. Virginia Business, normally they're calling us to ask, can we buy an ad for them? This time, they were calling us to say, can we do a story about Virginia State University? Many of you know Juan Condi, a very well-known news anchor here in the area. He contacted Virginia State because he wanted to talk about our military readjustment program, wanted to do a story on that program that's coming out of our social work department. And then HBCU Buzz contacted us. They did a story about our bicycle giveaway. Many of you may have been gone at the end of the semester when the administration decided to take on an initiative that each member of the president's cabinet, and then it extended out beyond that. We purchased bicycles to give to Petersburg children, and we partnered with the city of Petersburg, and we were able to collect more than 40 bicycles and helmets to give to Petersburg children for the holidays. And one of our major accomplishments from 2021, according to Meltwater, which is our media monitoring company, Virginia State University was mentioned more than 1,000 times on broadcast media stations. And this is a tremendous accomplishment because many of you who know television know that television time is not cheap, and they pick and choose very carefully what types of stories they're going to cover. And 1,000 times during the year 2021, they chose to cover a Virginia State University story. And that is, again, a testament to the tremendous work that you are doing here at Virginia State University, the greater that is happening right here. And again, one of the other benefits of this is, again, the media is reaching out to us. When General Colin Powell passed away, the media contacted us, said, do you have a professor who can speak about that? So we put them in touch with Dr. Wes Bellamy. When Dominion reached a settlement with the State Corporation Commission, one of the local media stations contacted us and said, do you have a professor who can talk to us about the benefits of this? So we put them in touch with Dr. Lanil Henderson. And when there was an unfortunate situation down at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where they saw an increase in suicides as a result of mental health, the Washington Post contacted Virginia State and said, tell us about what you all did with your mental health day. And this is a quote that the Washington Post ran from Dr. Donald Palm. So again, this is what we mean when we say earned media and third-party credibility, when the media starts to reach out to us and looking to us as experts with stories that we're not necessarily putting out. That's when you know that you're really increasing your stake in what the media sees as valuable. Now, one of the initiatives that my office would like to undertake in this semester is to find out what some of the expertise is of some of the people in the room and those of you watching virtually, so that as stories start to happen that not necessarily involve Virginia State University, just local, national, or international stories, we have experts right here on our campus who are more than qualified to speak to the media on those areas. So we want to start creating a database of some of the expertise and some of the specialties of some of our faculty and staff members here at Virginia State, so that when we hear stories, we can contact the media and say, we have a professor here who can talk to you about that. So that's one of the initiatives that we want to undertake here in 2022. Now, one of the very, 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 very exciting things that my office has worked really hard on over the past 6 months, I alluded to it at your opening conference back in August. Well, we're ready to roll it out now, and I am just so excited about this. This is a collaboration between the Office of Communications, the Office of the Provost, the CIO, the webmaster, and our IT department. What we looked to do was, we looked at some other universities. Rashawn Bassett in my office we contacted a number of other universities. We went online to find out what are some of the best practices for how other universities are handling communications. In terms of how we communicate out to you. We want to be respectful of your time and limit the number of emails that you get. So we wanted to find a way to centralize how we communicate with you. And so we formed a committee. These were the members from around campus that was on this ad hoc communications committee, where we sat down and looked at all of the different types of emails that go out, all of the different people who have access to send out emails. And what we realized is that that is a security issue for the university to have that much access to send university-wide. So we're looking at how to streamline that. But more than that, how can we communicate in the most effective and efficient way that you get what you need without being inundated with emails coming to you constantly throughout the day? Am I the only person who feels that we get too many emails? Okay, good. All right, good. So I'm not the only person, right? Okay. All right, so here is what we have done. We are excited to introduce the VSU Greater Happenings. That's what we're calling it. This is our new intranet. It is a new intranet, and this is the place where we will now house all announcements. Effective today, you will no longer get emails from announcements at VSU each individual time an announcement comes out. We are now consolidating. I'm glad to hear that you're excited about this, because I'm from North Carolina. We would use the term plum giddy. I'm just plum giddy about this. So here's what will happen. From now on, if you have an announcement that you would like sent out, shared with the university, here is a form. So you would just fill out this form, very simple, just basically checking some boxes, and then you have a space with 500, no more than 500 words that you can share what you want us to send out. Twice a week, we will send out an email to you that says, click here for your updated announcements. And when you click here, it will take you to our new intranet. If you will click on the new intranet, Rashawn, we have already started to put a few of the announcements that came out within the past couple of days, listed those here on this intranet. And so this is the way that this will look. You will go to an intranet. All you have to do is put your credentials in one time, and then you should remain logged in. So here's the concept that we wanted to have, similar to your social media. How many times a day do you go to your Facebook just to scroll through to see what's happening? So every night before you go to bed, you may just scroll through just to see what you've missed today. So it's going to be the same type of concept of clicking this link, going to our intranet, and it is here that you will get all of the list of announcements from that day, and they will remain there. So the benefit of this is that if someone sends out an email next week, you try to remember what day was this program, or what was the deadline that we have to submit grades, or what was this. You don't have to look back through old emails to try to find it. It will all be housed right here. So there will be general icons, so you will decide when you submit your announcement what icon you want to, go back down please, Rashawn. You'll decide what icon you want, if this is general information, like this announcement is talking about our university library hours. If it's an event that you want to promote, we will use the icon for events. This is talking about how our MLK program that's scheduled for next Monday. This is how we will handle condolences going forward. You will no longer get emails, individual emails expressing condolences to family members of our university community. This is where we will house condolences. The exception to that is if it is a current faculty or staff member or a current student, that communication, in the unfortunate event of a passing, that information would come from the office of the president or the university relations. So we would still share that, but any other condolences will be shared this way. General information, all of the job postings coming from HR, this is where these positions will be posted. So going forward, this is how we will be handling all announcements here at Virginia State University. And just until we can get in the culture of remembering that this is where the announcements are, twice a week I will send you out a reminder that will come from announcements that basically says, hey, don't forget to check your greater happenings at VSU, and all you have to do is click there and all of your announcements will be housed there. And we're trying to keep those updated for you in real time. So you can get back out of that. But this is one of our new initiatives for this semester that we're excited that you are excited about it. And we're thinking that this is really going to be helpful to you in terms of streamlining all of the emails that you get and centralizing all of the information that you need into one location. Very quickly, our rave alert. Many of you already signed up for the rave alert, but if you have not, all you have to do is go to our website and put rave alert in the search bar, and it will walk you through how to sign up for it. If it were me, I would put it on more than one of my devices. I know all of you already get the rave alert as an email because it goes to all vsu.edu emails, but you should also be sure to sign up with it using your cell phone and to get a text message, because if there's an emergency on campus, you may not always be near your email to see the rave alert. So please be sure to put your cell phone into the rave alert system so that those announcements in the event of closures or any type of emergencies on campus, we can communicate with you through the rave alert and it will go directly to your phone. And finally, this morning, we just wanted to share with you very briefly some of our new social media initiatives. There are only two places that we get to control our story, and that is on our website and on our social media. I can send as many press releases as I can to the media, but once I send it, I can't control what they do with it or if they get it right, if they run it or not. But there are two places that we can control the story that goes out about Virginia State University. That is on our VSU website, which is why it's so important for each of you to please keep up your university web pages for your individual departments, your individual units, to make sure that they are interesting and engaging and up to date and have more current and relevant information, because if a student is interested in coming to Virginia State, they'll go to the front page, but they're going to click to go to the individual page of that department. And so we just want to make sure that the departments are really keeping their pages up to date. But on social media is another opportunity for us to tell our story. As Dr. Abdullah said earlier, telling the VSU story has got to be everybody's job. It's everybody's responsibility. We are a family, and just like if you go to my social media, you'll find that the majority of what I post are the accomplishments of my child, because I'm very proud of her. So we have to treat Virginia State University like it is our child. We are very proud of all that happens here. And so we should really start individually sharing some of the accomplishments. There's no way I could believe that there's not something that was on those points of pride that you are individually and particularly proud of. There has to be something that you would have said, hey, I'm going to share that to my personal social media. I know that you may not want to turn your whole social media into VSU News, but surely there's something that happens. As Dr. Abdullah said, an accomplishment of a student that you may be particularly fond of, but help us to tell the VSU story. So one of the things that we have done here, we've created a link tree, which basically you can go to our link tree and it will take you to all of our individual social medias. It helps us to centralize how people can get to all of our social media. In addition, we now subscribe to Hootsuite, which allows us to study the analytics of our social media so that we can find out if how engaging we are, how often people are checking our social media. Is there a certain time of day that people are looking at it? What types of stories get the most interest? That will help us to better brand Virginia State University in terms of getting our story out there. And as we said earlier, our website, again, one of those places that really help us to tell the VSU story. So please ensure that you are getting your information on the VSU website and keeping that as updated as you can. Now, there are a number of other initiatives that we're working on over the semester. We're very excited about those. Don't want to let too many cats out of the bag, as they say, but I think that you will be able to just look around campus throughout this semester and see some of the exciting branding opportunities that we're working with Jane Harris and her team on getting accomplished here across campus, just to help to push the pride that we have in our Virginia State University. We really are family. This isn't just our job. We come here because we believe in the mission of Virginia State University, and we hope that as we continue to tell that story, that pride continues to increase in everyone, and everyone will start to help to see more and more and more of the great value that Virginia State University offers locally, nationally, and even internationally. Now, finally, to help to promote our social media, this morning, if you check your email, somewhere around 8:30 this morning, you should have gotten an email that says, "Are you following me?" That wasn't a real question like, are you following me? But are you following us here on Virginia State University? And in that email, what you saw was this graphic. So here's what we will do. We have some goodie bags that we have 3 that we're giving out, one on Instagram, one on Twitter, one on Facebook. All you got to do, go into your email, copy this graphic, share it to your individual social media. You have to follow us on these platforms. Share it to your individual social media, #greater@VSU, and then Rashawn later today will go through our Twitter, we'll go through our Instagram, we'll go through our Facebook, we'll pick a winner, and we will contact you to give you a great bag full of VSU swag material. So I do think that that is all that I have for you this morning. Again, what we do each and every day, we wake up every day with the VSU Strategic Plan Priority 4 on our minds of how can we define the VSU brand and tell our story and demonstrate and communicate the value of Virginia State University. You are helping to make that easy for us because you're doing such great things, and we are excited that we get to partner together with you to tell the Virginia State University story. So that is all that I have. If you have any easy questions or kind comments, I'll be happy to take them now. Go back to slide number 3.
Slide number 3 from your presentation.
Okay, let's see if I didn't. Tell me when I get to 3.
Okay.
Tell me when I'm there.
Okay.
Not yet?
That next one, I believe. Yes, who is the reporter?
You mean, go back I got it.
Who is do you know any, that looks familiar, that person looks familiar.
Let me go back to it. Let me get back to it. Since you're going to put me on blast, since you're going to put me on blast like that little cutie pie down there in that blue dress, that's my daughter. Okay. Shameless plug. Okay. But you know, many of you know I've been here for 13 years, so she was practically raised here on this campus, so that's how Rev knows her so well. She's an avid basketball player. She played college ball, and he loves ball, so they had so much to talk about. So that was his way of, that's my daughter Autumn. She's a reporter for the ABC affiliate here in Richmond. That's that. Any other real questions? Any other real questions?
We do have one question online, just for clarification with the intranet. The individual wants to know if in order to access the intranet, if they have to be on the network.
No. And we've checked with our CIO and with Travis about that, and the answer to that is no.
Just logging in with their credentials.
You can be able to just log in, but you have to log in with your VSU credentials.
And there's a comment, since this is like social media, I'm assuming they're referring to your
the intranet.
Are there any plans to develop Greater Happens Here into a downloadable app?
into a downloadable app. There's an idea. We will look into that. We will look into that. I can't commit to that at this point, but we will absolutely look into that.
Okay, I will tell you that online they kept it easy and kind, and so that's all I have for you.
They kept it easy and kind. I love it when folk fall into a plan. Well, that is all that I have for you. Thank you all so much for all of the greater that you do here at Virginia State University, and thank you all for partnering together with us to tell the VSU story. Continue to keep those stories coming to us, and we will continue to tell those stories. Thank you.
Gwen, she tricked me. She went a different way. I'm going to reintroduce her because I feel like my introduction was really dry. And Gwen definitely does a lot for the university, putting out the communications that we have. And I think I forgot to say her title. She is the Director of Communications here. So all of the emails that you get from university relations comes from her, and she will send them out. She gets information sometimes very, very, very late at night and is a good sport about it. So thank you so much, Gwen, for all of your hard work and everything that you do for us here at Virginia State University. Next, Next is the Human Resources update, and Mr. Gary Martin is going to present for us. He is the Associate Director of Human Resources. I'd like to acknowledge Associate Vice President of Human Resources, Ms. Tanya Simmons, who's not with us today because she's not feeling well. So Tanya, if you can see me on the screen, please feel better. Mr. Owens, you're up.
Good morning. I bring a heartfelt welcome from the Office of Human Resources, which are under the leadership of Tanya Simmons. This particular part of the program is particularly pleasing to me because we have an opportunity to recognize our peers and our colleagues for reaching significant milestones in their career. Today we're celebrating 1,845 years of service. That's a significant accomplishment, which I think deserves a round of applause. So there truly is a significant meaning in longevity and continuity. So we certainly appreciate all today's recipients for all of their hard work and their contributions to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Just a couple of things I do want to mention. Obviously, this is an important milestone, and we believe so. So two things. One, the recipients have already received their certificates. If not, just contact the Office of Human Resources. We'll make sure that we get that to you. So you should have already received your certificates. And second, we recognize that we have several of the recipients here today, as well as watching and viewing at home. So when we call your name, we're going to ask that those who are in person to just stand so that the peers can recognize you and see you. And if you're watching, we certainly don't want to leave you out. If you can just wave your hand or just raise your hand, so to speak, so that we can recognize you as well. Because again, this is a significant accomplishment, and this is an opportunity for us to recognize our own. So without further ado, we have a Gwen Dandridge. She's going to read the names. Again, if you're here in person, please stand up so that we'll have an opportunity to see you. And if you're at home, please just wave your hand so we'll have an opportunity to view you on cameras as your name is read. So without further ado, I'll turn this over to Gwen Dandridge.
We are pleased to recognize those people who have served Virginia State University for 5 years. Again, if we call your name, if you're present, then please stand. And if you are online, then wave your hand. Our 5-year recipients are Ahmed Mohammed, Makola Abdullah, Reggie Barlow, Charlotta Behringer Brown, Andrea Bayer, Felicia Bishop, Arcana Dash, Juliette Davis, Latasha Deloach, Naha Forhat, Anne Franklin, Wilbert Johnson, Barbara Joyner, Letitia Langford, Roland Lovelace, Patricia Lynch, Sarah McLennan, Beverly Milirons, Susan Mourning, Eunice Ndegwa, Adrian Oglesby, Oluwatosin Agunika, Dr. Donald Palm, Casey Perry, Keontae Ramsey, Annie Red, Victoria Sanders, Hikaru Smith, Darlene Stokes, Terry Taylor, Robert White. Congratulations to each of you for serving Virginia State University for 5 years. And now we'd like to recognize our 10-year recipients. Sarab Al-Shiab, Adrian Bond, Nicholas Brown, Travis Edmonds, Bruce Foster, Daniel Fritz, James Gates, Granada Hamilton, Muriel Hawkins, Terry King, Mario Mantilla, Michelle Mosley, Michelle Olgers, Waverly Randall, Daniel Roberts, Keith Sutherland, Ramat Utsi, Benedict Uzochukwu, Melissa Watts, John Wilson, Andrew Wen. Congratulations and thank you to our 10-year recipients. And now to our 15-year recipients. Somashikar Al-Kaladevi, Marion Barney, Mary Bird, Melinda Sheff, Amber Dolette, Latanya Graves, Jacqueline Griffin Hammonds, Anwar Hamama, Jessica Harris, James Hill, Taro Holmes, Morgan Jones, Molly Klein, Darnell Law, Deirdre Lee, Alicia Meredith, Cecil Morris, Zacchaeus Okanika, Justina Osa, Oseyemwense Osa, Maurice Pegram, Lavetta Pittman, Eleanor Porch Wall, Shanika Price, Stephen Rockenbach, Aisha Singfield, Edward Sismore, Francis Stevens, Daniel Stotling, John Travis, William Travis, Latrice Walden, Crystal Wen, Harriet Wen, Dong Yu, Yan Zong. Congratulations and thank you to our 15-year recipients. Congratulations and thank you to our 20-year recipients, and they are Cheryl Adieme, Stephen Diorgix, Robert Grammer, Michael Hawkins, Sherilyn Johnson, Thomas LaRose, Paula McCapes, Bernita McLaughlin, James Norman, Shyla Royale, Gloria Taylor, Isis Walton, Joyce Wilkins, Jonathan Young. Congratulations and thank you to our 20-year recipients. And now to those who have served Virginia State University for a quarter of a century. 25 years. Tracy Downey. Carlton Edwards. Ricky Johnson. Pamela Mountcastle. Talia Robinson. Clyde Suber. Esther Walker. Brenda Webb. Congratulations and thank you to each of you for serving Virginia State University for 25 years. And now to our 30-year recipients. Alfreda Allen. Ali Ansari. Harbans Bardwaj. Congratulations and thank you for 30 years of service to Virginia State University. And for our 35-year recipient, Sheila Allen. Thank you. And now to those who have served the Commonwealth of Virginia and Virginia State University for 40 years, Sylvia Blizzard. Robert Hawks. Godwin Mbagwu. Donald McPeters. William Porter. Freddie Williams. Thank you and congratulations for serving Virginia State University for 40 years. And now our 45-year recipient. Out of the Office of the Provost, Dorothy Yancey. Congratulations and thank you, Ms. Yancey. And to our sole 50-year recipient, to he who has served Virginia State University for half a century, or she, Stephanie McNeil. Thank you, Stephanie McNeil. And thank you to all of you for your combined years of service to Virginia State University. Thank you for all that you do, and please know that because of you, greater happens here.
Thank you, Gwen, and to all of our employees at Virginia State University who have dedicated the last 5 to 50 years of service here. One of the things that I just realized since we started is I never really introduced myself. I did, but not really. So I'm Tracy Jackson. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Health, Physical Education, and Recreation. This is obviously not my full-time job. I am also the secretary of the University Council. And so I would like to give a few thank yous for the hard work that went into creating this, cultivating this experience for us today. I would like to start with the Opening Conference Planning Committee. My co-chair, Danny Giles. Dr. Tia Menace, if you're here, please stand up. Miss Regina Barnett-Tyler, who is working actively right now. Dr. Gwen Dandridge. Dr. Cheryl Adieme. Miss Tanya Simmons. Miss Fran Thomas. Miss Paula McCabe. Miss Jordanis James. And Miss Jane Harris. I would also like to thank the volunteers that helped us with registration this morning. Thank you so much, and thank you, Ms. Thomas, again, for getting the volunteers for us this morning for those of us who are in person. We appreciate that. And last, I was gonna wait to the end to do this, but last I would like to thank Mr. Eric Jackson Sr., out of the Department of Mass Communications. He is the videographer. He presented the video that Fran did earlier. He recorded the video that Fran did earlier. But if you're here, Eric, could you please stand up and say thank you? All right. Next, so now we're getting into the thick of things, the meat of it. We have an exciting guest speaker for you all today. We're very excited to have him here, and to introduce him, I'd like to bring Miss Regina Barnett Tyler. Thank you.
All right, good morning, good morning, good morning. In my usual voice, good morning. Very good. It is always an awesome day to be before you, and I am super excited about today, and to have been able and allowed to bring Dr. Mikey Fowlin to present to our faculty and staff. I met Dr. Fowlin about 5 or 6 years ago at another workshop, and when I finished, one, I was in tears, and two, I said, I'm bringing him to Virginia State University because he is amazing. And I'm hoping that you are going to feel the same way I do at the end of this. For those of you online, I wish you could be here, but you still got a great seat, so that's awesome. Dr. Fowlin's bio is in the program booklet, so please read that. I am not going to read that to you. But one of the things that I would just like to share is, one, I just think he's cool. And today we actually officially met today, but I've been singing his praises for about 4 or 5 years. Dr. Fowlin is actually from Queens, New York. For all of our New York, I can hear Felicia Bishop right now. I know she's somewhere screaming right now. But he was born and raised in Queens, New York, and raised, in Massachusetts and New Jersey. He has been performing for over 20 years. To almost 2 million people in the United States and internationally. So I am super excited to, what's that word, Dr. Dandridge? Plum what? I am plum giddy. Being with Dr. Dandridge is always an adventure. She doesn't tell jokes often, but when she does, they are hilarious, and your vocabulary will increase. So without further ado, I am honored and plum giddy to introduce Dr. Mikey Fowlin, who will present to us, You Don't Know Me Until You Know Me. Please welcome Dr. Mikey Fowlin.
All right, so let's do a quick check. One, 2, 3, check. Ting, tom, tennis. All right, just give me a tiny bit more on the mid. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Good. Well, good morning. I am definitely grateful to be here. I am Dr. Mikey Fowlin, and as was said just a little bit ago, to be able to present in front of you. I was thinking about a number of things. One of my gifts is that my brain does not connect from A to B. I hated that when I was growing up, though. I hated that. It was something that was kind of with me ever since I was younger, and that my father will say things like, you know, your brother Roy, he was always just naturally smart. He started reading at 2 years old, you know, and you were a little more unassuming, which growing up for me, that just meant like you were not as smart. All right, so like I grew up with this idea of myself based on how people were perceiving me, that it wasn't good enough. And I started realizing as I got older, though, that one of my gifts is the ability to see things that other people are looking at, and then to be able to share with them something I'm seeing that's from another angle. I had a student come up to me after a presentation some years ago, and she said, "You remind me of me." And I was like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, there are 3 types of people in this world. There are the people who think inside the box, there are the people who think outside the box, and then there are the people who say, 'What the heck, I ordered a cheeseburger, man.'" All right, and I've always been that cheeseburger orderer, right? I've been that person who's never really thought and seen the world on the same line. But I talk to a lot of people, and some of them are the troubled youth that I started my work years ago. As a teenager, I would go into detention centers and just talk to some of the people who were incarcerated. And I've continued part of that work. I have a person who's now a friend of mine who's serving a life sentence, and he's part of the Bloods, and we were getting these discussions, and he said, Mike, man, I had the money out there. I had the cars. I had the women, and I'm still here. And I went to the private school for my high school, and I'm still here, like everyone else who's locked up, and I'm serving a life sentence for murder. So I talked to him, and I realized that it's not about the success of the title, the money, the car, the clothes. So what is it that this university will do? And I realized that the thing that I learned throughout my life that helped me to be able to get on a better path was the part of reflection. That I was challenged to reflect from a very young age about all of the things that were happening in my life. I grew up in a strong Christian home. And the story that the character in the Bible I'm most drawn to is Solomon. And the decision he made that out of all the things that he could choose, that he chose wisdom. That the part of this university to inspire these young minds to think, to process, to reflect is what I love to do. And so when you see what I do up here on stage, you're going to know that I don't think in the same kind of linear lines that perhaps is often used or utilized or people are challenged to think within. I have this t-shirt here, and most of you may not be able to read the t-shirt because of how far you are away. But for those of you who can read this t-shirt, I promise you that the majority of you will read it incorrectly the first time or the first several times around. You'll read the t-shirt as saying, "What if I told you you read the first line wrong?" And when you slow it down enough, you'll see the t-shirt saying, "What I if told you, you read the first line wrong." Okay? And I don't want you to feel bad for reading the t-shirt incorrectly. You're supposed to read it incorrectly, otherwise it's a waste of my money. All right, now you read the t-shirt incorrectly, not because you can't read. You know why you read the t-shirt incorrectly? Because our brains are awesome. Our brains want to make our lives easier. So what our brains do is that we see these words, and then our brain says, "I got you back. You've seen this before." It's always going to say, "What if I, what if I, what if I?" So don't even worry about it. And it's great when it comes to reading. Like some of you, the best readers amongst you, can probably read whole pages at a time. And in order to do that, you have to trust your brain that it's going to correct mixed up words, misspelled words, words upside down, backwards. It doesn't matter. Your brain's going to take over, which is great when it comes to reading. The problem with that is our brains are a little bit lazy. So when it comes to interacting with each other, we do the same thing. That we're far more comfortable looking at each other based on these ideas of who we are as opposed to who we are individually. And I'm not a fan of that part. I want to understand people based on their individual voice before just their group identity. So I use this philosophy that helps me to remember that lesson. It's called the Japanese teacup. And I call it the Japanese teacup, okay? It's not something that you can look up and find. But the Japanese teacup philosophy happened to me because I grew up with teacups that have handles on them. Right? How many of you have teacups in your homes that have handles? So, yep, okay. So I grew up with that, and then I started eating at sushi restaurants. Any sushi fans? All right, you got a few of you. All right, I like that. Good. All right, so I love sushi. Every time I go to a sushi restaurant and I order green tea, it comes over into a cup that has no handle. And I never understood why Japanese teacups had no handles. So one night I'm sitting at a restaurant, I order green tea, the waiter brings it over in a cup that has no handle, and because I'm very sensitive to cultural differences, but I'm also very curious as a person, that I asked the guy politely, with respect, "What's wrong with your teacups?" All right, so here's the thing. I have a doctorate in clinical psychology. I speak around the country and outside of the country on diversity-related issues. You know why? because I am well trained to be the expert speaker in diversity, because I have beautiful skin. All right, so I know that I get invited to conferences because people see Dr. Michael Fowlin and then they see the picture and they're like, yes, we are going to bring him to speak to us. And so here I am in this restaurant and I ask this question that really sounds offensive. And this guy taught me the lesson of when people ask a question that they may not intend to offend you, but it does bother you or offend you. He taught me, how do you handle that? He did not yell at me. He didn't smack me in the back of my bald head. He didn't label me. He didn't go, you're a cupist. All right, he didn't do any of that. You know what he did instead? He did three things. Number one was that he smiled, which immediately disarmed me. It made me smile. And then he laughed. And we know laughter is contagious. And then the third thing that he did, which was the most important thing, it was actually a series of things. He leaned in closer. He lowered his voice so as not to embarrass me. If there's anything, especially in black and brown culture, like respect is a big thing, okay? And so to make someone feel like they lost face is not a good idea. All right, so when this guy leaned in and he lowered his voice, then he just simply educated me. So I'm going to remind you of my question. What's wrong with your teacups? His answer, if it's too hot to hold, it's too hot to drink. Isn't that simply brilliant? Okay, so the only response I had back to the guy was, all right, so here's the thing. You don't need handles on teacups to drink hot tea, but you need to figure out if you could drink the hot tea. And the best way to tell if you could drink hot tea without burning your mouth is asking yourselves, what do your hands say? In fact, I'll take it a step further. If you have handles on your teacup, it actually will keep you away from understanding the temperature inside that cup. But we have been conditioned to be addicted to our handles. That we think the most important thing, for some of you, you may say the most important thing about who you need to tell people about who you are in the world will be based on the color of your skin. For some of you, it's going to be the degree that you have, or the money you make, or the cars you drive, or the home in which you live. Those describe an aspect of your life. I'll give you that much. But they are not the temperature of who you are. The temperature of who you are will be found in your story. Who you are will be found in the parts of those stories that we often just discount because they might be too painful, or we might think like no one else has experienced this. I often ask students in schools, when I speak around in schools, I ask them to reflect on a time in their lives between ages 4 and 10 that can still make them feel embarrassed, sad, or good. And it's amazing. Like, some people will share these stories and they'll first start off the story by saying, I know this never happened to anyone else, but when I was in second grade, I peed my pants. And all the kids are like, I did too. What are you talking about? But we don't talk about these temperature stories. We don't talk about these stories that actually will connect us, that will actually bridge the gap of why we feel like we can't really share about who we really are. And it's far easier than to become attached to the handle of whether it be skin or the clothes or how you speak or whatever, all those things that end up getting in the way. So I love asking temperature questions. So one of the temperature questions that I love asking, whether it be students or adults, are people's birth stories. Did you know that there are many people that were never told anything interesting about their birth? I mean, some of you, like, how many of you were told something interesting about your birth? I'm just curious. Yeah, the majority of people that I come into contact with, they're like, I don't know, mom said it was an easy birth, it was a difficult birth. You might hear like it was the best day of your parents' lives. And for some of you, your parents looked at you and go, you were a mistake. All right? And I do not believe that. And here's the interesting thing about that statement in and of itself. It's funny when you hear it said out loud, but when I speak to teenagers who are locked up or adults who are locked up, that is the number one story that they have about their birth. That they were told that they were a mistake. So imagine your first entry into the world is that you were told you are not supposed to be here. So then why are we shocked that they're trying to prove that they're not supposed to be here. Right? My birth story makes a big difference in my life. I didn't realize it when I first heard it. When I was born in Queens, New York, I was born at a hospital called St. John's. And on the night that I was born, I was the only baby born at that hospital that night. But more significantly, I was the only baby boy born in the hospital for the last 5 months. It's pretty hard to do, right? 5 months, no boys. Nurses were happy. They put money together. They bought my mother this gold cross to give to me when I got older. I still have this gold cross. But what they said to my mom, I've been hearing the story since about 6. They said, Joyce, we're not sure what your son is going to do or be in the world when he grows up, but whatever it is, it will be different. All right, I've been hearing that since 6, okay? So you know how that made me feel as a kid growing up? Yeah, like a freak. All right, so yeah, I know we brag about differences. I know, be unique, be yourself. You're the only you could ever be. Right, I've heard all those things. I even heard one at one of my friends who passed away at his funeral. One of our mutual friends got up there and he said, all Chris Miller wanted people to know that is that they could be the best guru they could be in the world. And I was like, he never said that. I was like, this guy's making up stuff about Chris's life now. And then he did this. He goes, I want everyone to spell the word guru with me. So I want to do it right now. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Guru. Beautiful, right? G-U-R-U. Yes, all right. So he says this, right? So I've heard all the stuff about who we are individually in the world. But that didn't help. When you know what different meant to me growing up? It meant in elementary school that I was afforded the privilege of playing at recess by myself. It meant in middle school that I had the wonderful opportunity every day to eat lunch alone in the cafeteria. And it meant in high school that when parents went out of town and kids had parties, I was never invited to the party because I was the guy that was too weird, too different, and I didn't fit in. And I hated it. I hated my story. But see, I hated my story because of what I told myself about the story. And that's the other part. What are you telling yourself about your stories? That we're not just confined to the idea that just because we went through an experience in our lives that we can only have one reaction to it. But I think that's partly what is happening in the black community. I mean, I watch students that will say to me, like, I can't be successful because you don't understand. My father was never around. I've been abused by other people in my family. What am I supposed to do? It's because we become this idea that we can only be what the either tragedy or success story is. And I don't believe that. And so I started paying attention to my temperature. My temperature stories, the things that make me tick. And so I want to give you one temperature before I get into any of my characters. I hate the summer, which is, and I'll tell you why that's an important statement for me to say, is that I come from a family of Jamaicans, okay? And so Jamaica's a hot country, but I hate the heat. I can't stand it. Like, I really can't walk out in the heat. I don't like it. My family thinks I'm nuts. You know, my vacations often take place in Alaska and Minneapolis, Minnesota in the winter. Right? And so my family's like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Why would you hate the heat? And I always thought it was because it made me hot and sweaty. 4 years ago, I'm in New York City watching this play called Schoolgirls. It takes place in an unnamed country in Africa. It's an all-girls school, and there's a beauty pageant. And at one point during the play, the beauty pageant instructor is walking around the classroom, and she's looking at the girls, and she's pointing to certain girls who are not allowed to compete in the beauty pageant. And these girls are like, why can't we compete? That's not fair. Are we too unattractive? Are we ugly? And the instructor was shocked by this. She was like, absolutely not. You are all so beautiful. But there has never been a beauty pageant winner either in Africa or the world who's had a skin tone as dark as you girls or darker. I thought she was making this up, but I looked it up. It's true, right? So I started looking at the girls, and I realized that some of their skin tones were lighter than mine. Some were as dark and some were darker. And all of a sudden, my temperature comes back. I remember this incident or these incidences that would happen. I was 8 years old living in Waltham, Massachusetts with my family. We were one of the few black families in the entire town, but more significantly, my skin is darker than my older brother Roy and my younger sister Michelle, and during the summertime, when we want to go out to play as kids, my mom would pull me away from them and say, Mikey, don't be out in the sun very long today. It's hot outside. You're going to get black, and then you're going to be ugly. You know what happens to me during the summer when I'm walking outside is that there's this 8-year-old boy still inside of me that says, don't be out in the sun very long because you are so ugly. That's my temperature of the story. You see, I didn't realize it though. I grew up thinking like, I just hate the summer because it makes me hot and sweaty. No, it's because I've spent so many years looking in the mirror and not able to look at myself because I started to believe what my mom, the person who loves me so much, would say to me. That when my skin gets darker, I am ugly. But if any of you have ever looked in the mirror, if any of you have ever been called ugly before, then you understand a part of my story. And we have a connection. Seeing me only as a black man, though, will not tell you that I grew up listening to Ozzy Osbourne and Led Zeppelin. It's not going to tell you that I've been studying Swedish for 6 years, and it's not going to tell you that I have a movie collection of more than 4,000 films, but my favorite films to watch are often South Korean. You're not going to guess that? But if you had a conversation with me and you sat down with me, he's like, why South Korean films? Well, I started to realize every time I watch South Korean films, there's this part that you don't realize. You start looking at the hero in the film and you realize, are they going to make it to the end of the movie? And they're always like this fear, and there's this level of fear, and there's this level of violence that happens that it's a little bit disarming. And then I was reading this article about it. And it said that in South Korea, they are always under the threat of being annihilated by North Korea. So what comes out in their art is this level of fear about their existence. And I realized why I like South Korean films. You see, in my house, I was South Korea, and my father was North Korea. And my father had very specific rules that you had to follow. And if you didn't follow the rules, he'd take off his belt, and this 300-pound man would beat you. That's why I like South Korean films. So this is called You Don't Know Me Until You Know Me, and this is a poem by Langston Hughes. It's called Still Here. I've been scarred and battered, my hopes the wind done scattered. Snow has frizzed me, sun has baked me. Looks like between them they done tried to make me stop laughing, stop loving, stop living, but I don't care. I'm still here. So 6 years old is a place that I'm going to start. And I'll tell you, there's two reasons I'm starting at a 6-year-old character. It's because as an actor, I don't know if any of you are performers, but there's something about not wanting to be trapped in your own stuff, your own limitations. And there's nothing more freeing than performing a 6-year-old character because they don't care about where their body is throwing and flying. And so I love that about doing a 6-year-old character. But the other reason is that 6-year-olds, we don't give them enough credit. 5, 6, 7-year-old, we don't give them enough credit in how they see the world. Like, we think it's cute, it's cuddly, it's annoying or whatever it is, but we don't realize that it's also brilliant because they remind us to take a look at how we see the world. And so 6 years old is the age of Jermaine. Jermaine Loquacious Anderson. He's 6 years old. And the basic problem with Jermaine is that he talks a lot in his class, which is not a big deal because that's what little boys and little girls do. They talk a lot in their class. The only problem with Jermaine is that he talks too much in his class. Why does he talk so much in his class?
I don't know. My teacher says it's because I'm hyperactive, but my mommy says I'm not hyperactive. I just have ADD. And so I talk a lot in my class because to talk, it means that you're alive and that if you're silent, you might as well be dead. And I don't want to die, so I just talk all the time. I never shut up. And I can't help it that I talk so much. I'm only 6 years old, but I'm super duper smart. Like the other day, I learned how to say the pledge to my allegiance. It's really easy because I pledge to my allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the puppet for which it stands, one nation under God. I'm so miserable. With liberty and justice for all. My mommy told me that if I'm a good boy, I could become the president of the United States of America too. I was telling my friends that I'm going to become the president, so they better watch out. And this one boy, he's not my friend. His name is Jimmy Hinton. He makes fun of people every day. He said that his daddy told him that black people should not become presidents because they look like chocolate M&M monkeys. I got mad at him because that's not very nice to say. And then he started calling me the N-word. I don't like to be called a ninja. And so I got mad at him again. I punched him in the face and then I screamed out, Pokemon Go! I got 3-day suspension for that one, though. My mommy wasn't mad at me, silly. My mommy was mad at my principal because my principal didn't suspend Jimmy Hinton, too. And when my mommy gets mad, she looks like a dragon. And so my mommy yelled at my principal, and then she said, don't punch people in the face, even if they get you mad. Two wrongs don't make all white. I don't even know what that means, but that's what my mommy said to me, and that's why I love my mommy so much. But I gotta go take a wee-wee with my pee-pee. And so if my principal comes back and he gives you any kind of problems, just tell him what I always tell him. I don't care. I'm still here.
So when I was 6 years old, there was this boy in my first grade class who reminds me a lot of Jermaine. His name was Muhammad. And Muhammad, for whatever reason, he didn't like me. So he used to walk up to me, he'd punch me in the stomach, push me into a wall, and then he'd steal my lunch. And he did this for 2 weeks. It took me 2 weeks to figure out what I wanted to do. So I went home one night after 2 weeks and I said to my mom, I said, Mom, tomorrow when you make my lunch, could you please make it with poison? I'm kidding. I didn't say that. I'm kidding. All right, so what I said to my mom, I said, Mom, tomorrow when you make my lunch, please make me 2 lunches and pack 2 drink boxes into my bag. And my mom never asked why. She thought it was a friend at school. So I go to school the next day. Muhammad walks up to beat me up again, and I go, Muhammad, stop. You don't have to beat me up anymore. I brought you a lunch. And for the rest of the school year, we became best friends. Now, I'm not going to manipulate you. I wasn't trying to be best friends with Muhammad, okay? So I'm not like Captain America. All right, so no, I wanted Muhammad to stop beating me up. That was my goal. But I realized that for whatever reason, at 6 years old, I knew that just being cruel back to him or telling the teacher or telling my parents was not going to be the way to solve the problem. I don't know how I knew that, though. My parents don't know how I knew that. They raised me right, and they raised me to be kind, but they also raised me to defend myself. That if someone does that, my father was definitely somebody that was not like, oh, you know, you bring him a lunch. No, my father was like, you punch him out. All right, so like my father was definitely more like, you know, aggressive as a person. So he was shocked that my response was that. But somehow, at 6 years old, I knew that I had to do something different. And here's what I learned from that experience. That when someone is being cruel to you, if you could figure out how to do something positive back to them that they are not anticipating, you can often get them to stop or win them over. With Muhammad, I chose kindness. I brought him a lunch. By the time I got to middle school and high school, I was also the class clown, but I was also the weird kid. Being the weird kid, you know, it's like you don't have to respond like everyone else responds to problems. And so kids used to make fun of me. And the one thing I found is that if people made fun of me and I could exaggerate them making fun of me, or I could give them a compliment that was super awkward, they would stop. And so kids would come up to me and be like, ha, you look like a monkey from Africa. And I'd be like, you got beautiful eyes. Can I touch them? All right. So like I learned that weird was this gift. But here's the thing I learned with Muhammad as well. And here's the thing I learned by doing the Jermaine character is that we often hear words and we put the meaning on them. When he says the N-word, and the N-word for him is ninja, like it makes people say, oh, that's not the N-word. But it is to Jermaine. It's the word that hurt his feelings. how different is it for us? Like, I often think that we don't give ourselves enough credit of how much power we give to things. That in and of themselves, they do not have the power that we actually give to them. And it's not just the power of words that can be hurtful. It's the questions of like, what are you going to be when you grow up? What are you going to do with your lives? I was asked that question at 8 years old by my father in the kitchen one night. He said, son, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I heard this garbage truck passing the house at the time, so I thought my father was referencing the garbage truck. So I was like, I want to be a garbage man, because you want to please your dad. And he's like, wrong answer, son. I was like, what do you want to be? And I was like, okay, I'll be an astronaut. He's like, good answer. And so like at 8 years old, I said I was going to be an astronaut, and my father believed me, and he held me committed to that idea until my junior year in high school when I changed my mind. But do we allow our children, or do we allow our students to change their minds, to follow their own passion, their own dreams, and not just to follow what everyone says they need to be doing? That's the question that this character faces. This character's name is Octavius, who's a star athlete, great athlete, full ride scholarship at Rutgers University, playing football. If he works hard enough, he probably could make the NFL, which was his dream when he was younger, because everyone in his neighborhood kept telling him he's going to be an NFL player. I introduce you to Octavius Furious Malone. Yo, what up, players? Yo, my name is Octavius Furious Malone. I'm a sophomore at Rutgers University. I'm on a full ride scholarship to play football. I plan to be the best running back that Rutgers ever had. I hope you don't forget my name. Octavius Furious Malone. All right, now I've been playing football since I was 8 years old, and I'm real good at football. I'm not trying to brag to y'all, but like in my senior year of high school, I was ranked number 8 in the nation. That's what's up. All right, so now even though I'm good at football and I'm playing in college, I took this course last semester. It was a course on death and dying, real heavy class. One of the assignments we had to do was that we had to write out what we thought people would say about our lives on a tombstone. Deep, 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 deep thing, man, right? So everything I started to write, though, it was like, oh, this guy was such a great athlete. This guy was so good. He made people happy because he could play football. Like, I kept thinking, like, only thing I could talk about was how good I am at football. And I was like, man, like, I didn't have one thing to say about, like, my life and helping other people. And so I started thinking about my life a little bit differently after that class, because I was like, I don't want my legacy to be like, this guy could carry a football into an end zone. And so I started thinking about my heroes. I think everybody needs to have people who are either heroes or people who influence them. I got 3 heroes. My number 1 hero is my father. My father, man, my father was the kind of guy that all my friends wished that my dad was their dad. My father was not only was he not afraid of people, my father was the kind of guy that he would like make people feel safe that were on their guard. He used to walk up to the drug dealers and the gangbangers in my neighborhood, and he'd invite them to our house to have dinner with us. That's who my dad was. My dad was unfortunately shot and killed when I was 11 years old. He was a police officer. He was responding to a domestic violence call, and he showed up at the house, and the dude opened fire and killed my dad. I miss my daddy every day. I cry about him most nights. My dad used to say to me when he was alive, he'd say, son, I want you to pay attention to people around you, because there are some people in this lifetime that aren't going to be able to make it through this life without you standing up with them. You don't have to stand up for them, but you're going to have to stand up with them. My dad was my number 1 hero. My number 2 hero is my coach that I had back in high school, my football coach, Coach T. He sat me down after my freshman year, and he goes, son, you are the most talented young man I ever had to coach. If you work real hard, I think you can make the NFL. But I'm not sure that's what you need to do, son, because you're a leader too. And I was like, Coach, you just told me I'm real good. Come on, everybody wants to play NFL football. Why are you going to be crushing my dreams? He's like, I'm not crushing your dreams, son. I'm just giving you the facts that leaders Always have to figure out the difference between what they're supposed to do in the world versus what they need to do in the world. And if you don't figure out that difference, you're going to lose the game. I was 14 years old when I heard that, okay? That's like too deep, okay? So I walked out of my coach's office. I was like, yeah, whatever. That's lit. I have no clue what he's talking about. All right, now it took me all the way to my senior year of high school to figure it out. Senior year of high school, here's how I figured it out. Two things happened my senior year. We made it to the state championship game. Any football fans up in here? All right, so we made it to the state championship game. Here's the scenario. Fourth quarter, 30 seconds to play on the clock. We losing the game by 4. We got no more timeouts. We got the ball, but we got 35 yards to score a touchdown. Now, in that 30 seconds, with no timeouts, should the coach call a running play or a pass play? Pass play, right. Running play is a stupid plan. It's like a black man eating fried chicken with the Ku Klux Klan. All right, so like my coach called the running play. Now, I'm not going to argue, okay? I respect my coach. I lined up, quarterback made the call, he got the snap, I got the handoff. Now, when I got the handoff, because we ran the ball, guess who else was surprised? The other team, right? The defense. Defensive men ran right past me, never even touched me. One of the linebackers tried to grab my jersey. I was like, whatever, son. And so then I cut back. My boy Raheem took out the strong safety. My boy Javier took out the defensive back. And it was me and just one other guy on the other team. And I'm not trying to boast, okay? But there ain't nobody on the planet gonna stop me one-on-one, okay? I juked that guy out so bad. Yo, I started crying for him. I did. So I scored the winning touchdown, and me and my boys celebrated a little bit. The Monday after the game, I go into my coach's office, and I was so happy. I was like, Coach, I'm glad we won the game, but I got to be real with you, Coach. If I didn't score the touchdown because of my skills, like, we'd have lost the game. Why'd you call the running play? And he started laughing. He's like, boy, and he a black coach. He allowed to call me boy, okay? And he's like, don't you remember what I taught you your freshman year? And I was like, nope. And he was just like, I taught you that there is a difference between what you're supposed to do and what you need to do. Everyone expected us to pass the ball because that's what we were supposed to do, son. We had done everything we were supposed to do in that entire game, but we were still losing the game. So in the last 30 seconds, I went beyond what we supposed to do into what we needed to do, and that's why we won the game. And if you don't understand that difference on the football field, you always going to lose that game. And if you don't understand that difference in your life, son, you're going to lose that game. So I walked in my coach's office that second time, and I was like, okay, I think I'm understanding where he's really coming at now. But 3 weeks later, I really understood. I'm walking down the hall with my friend Rick. My boy Rick is 6'6", big guy, looks a lot like LeBron James, plays basketball at UNC, okay? And so we walking down the hall. The difference, though, between my boy Rick and LeBron is that even though my boy is 6'6", when he was like 11 years old, he got hit in the throat with the baseball. Damaged his voice box. I mean, he could talk, but he got like an interesting voice. And so we walking down the hall. We see this girl in my school named Keisha Jackson, and she looks like Beyonce. Yeah, she that fine. All right, so like every time my boy sees a girl that he thinks is really beautiful, he acts up. He gets like some of the gentlemen here, okay? See a fly-looking lady. Okay, so that's my boy. All right, so he starts like jumping up and down, and he starts hitting me, and he just starts yelling at her. But he just like, yo, baby, come over here. Come talk to me. You look so good. But his voice don't sound like that, so I'm dying laughing. He just like,
hey, baby, come over here. I want to talk to you, girl. What's your name, girl, huh? My name is Milk, and I could do your body good, girl.
all right, so I start laughing, right? Now, as soon as I start laughing, Keisha looks at Rick and says nothing to him, and then she look at me, and she starts cursing me out. And I got mad, man. I went off on her. I ain't going to repeat what I said, but I went off on her. I was like, why you yelled at me? I didn't say it. It was him. It wasn't me. And as soon as I started defending myself, it's like my coach was right behind me, tapping me on the shoulder, saying, you better know the difference between what you're supposed to do and what you need to do, or you lose the game. So your friend does something wrong, but it's funny. What do? You laugh. That's what you're supposed to do. The real question is, how come most of us can't do what we need to do? I was raised by better than that. Like, my mom sat me down in the kitchen. I was 13 years old, and she was like, if you don't speak up when your male friends disrespect girls and women, you are giving them silent permission to disrespect your mama. And if you do that, I'm going to smack him backside your head. All right, so my mom broke it down, but I still laugh because when I'm with my boys, I ain't going to preach to them. I'm not going to be like, shame on you, naughty. Nah, I'm going to be like, yo, he funny. He crazy. That my dude, man. But if I can't be real with my best friend, then who am I real with? You want to know the sad part? I said most of you sitting here right now, you ain't going to like what I'm about to tell you, but I don't think your best friend really knows who you are. And I know you're going to tell me different. I know some of you going to be like, oh, no, I keep it real. I keep it a hunch, like all my friends. That's not true. We let people see what we want them to see about ourselves. If I was being real with him, I would have told him to stop and chill and apologize. If I was being real with him, I would have taken off my mask and I would have looked at him and been like, yeah, man, stop. She look like Beyonce, but so what? I'm more attracted to you. How come I can't tell nobody that I'm gay? No, I grew up in the projects, man. I grew up in the projects of Newark, New Jersey, Dayton Street projects, okay? Father was shot and killed when I was 11 years old. So I check off all these boxes of what it is to be a black male. But see, to be the black male athlete, you can't be gay. So I don't tell anybody about that part. I lie to people every day. Hey, you could judge me. Hey, I judge myself, man. I grew up in that community there. A lot of church-going people, man. I lie to people every day. I do. I'm good at lying. And you could judge me, but what about your masks? Some of you are here because of the things that you hide that you went through. So your success now is the fact that you got a title, you got a certain amount of income, but you don't talk about the fact that you spent a lot of nights hungry growing up. Or you went home and you faced the backhand of your father's or your mother's fist to your face. Or kids didn't accept you. Or you told that you're not smart enough, you're not pretty enough, you're not talented enough. We all got our masks, man. I got mine. But I started to realize that what my coach was trying to tell me is that part of being a leader is that you got to be willing to do the things that other people aren't expecting you to do. To stand up with what the thing you know that is right and not just the thing that everybody else think is right. My coach is my hero number two. My hero number three is my little bro, and he's the reason why I'm choosing to do something different with my life. My little brother, Ray, he crazy, man. I love the kid. I love him. My little brother has autism. He has a disability. Now, when I was younger, I wasn't cool with that. Like, I love my brother at home. Like, I love him. But it was like when I'd go out in public with him, or we'd be in a mall or a store or something, and he has these things called stims, I used to be so embarrassed. Like, he roll his fingers real fast, moan real loud, rock back and forth. We'd be out in public. He started doing that. Instead of standing up for my little brother, I would look at him, be mad at him, even though I saw other kids pull out their cell phones and start recording him. And I'd walk away and act like I didn't know my little brother. My father would never have done that. My father was the one who raised me to understand that there are people in this life who cannot make it through this life without you standing up with them. You don't have to stand up for them, but you got to stand up with them. So when I graduate college now, I changed my mind. I'm not going to go try to get into the NFL. I'm going to go into the military for 4 years in the Navy, just like my parents both did. And when I get out, I'm going to go to grad school. And when I get out of grad school, I'm going to get my master's. And then I'm going to start opening up camps. Camps around. I'm going to start off with one, of course, but I want to open up multiple camps around that are for kids who have disabilities because they are the one population in every community that's often disregarded. I want you to think about that, right? Think about back when you were in high school and you have an assembly at school. You know, the first group that comes in is the kids who have disabilities. You know, the first group that leaves, the kids who have disabilities. And everyone else just ignores them or makes fun of them. I don't want to be part of that problem anymore. I want to figure out how I'm going to be part of that solution. My name is Octavius Furious Malone. I'm supposed to be the star black athlete that plays for the NFL. but I got bigger things to do. I got to stand up with people so they don't feel like they're standing alone. Peace. So my junior year, two things happened to me. My junior year of high school, two things that happened to me. One was I took this psychology course that really inspired me about people who have been labeled or diagnosed with mental illnesses. I have a few mental illnesses. I have depression, anxiety, I have ADD. I was not at the time dealing with any of that, though. I didn't even process that I'm part of this group, this cluster called the mentally ill. Like, I never identified myself as that. And so I saw it, though, in this psychology course of the mistreatment of people who had schizophrenia or people who were paranoid. And I saw this mistreatment, and I was like, I have to do something about it. And also in my junior year, I was reading this psychology textbook where there was this study done where if you give people 8 gallons of water in a 24-hour period, they will become intoxicated. So at 17 years old, I figured out that if you drink water or you drink too much water, you can become drunk. And I was very happy about this. And so like I told my father, I'm going to become a psychologist. And my father was very disappointed because like I told you earlier, he's Jamaican. In Jamaica, you can't major in psychology. If you need counseling, you know where you go? You go to the church. You find your minister. That's where you get your counseling. And so my father couldn't understand it because it was different. And it got me to thinking about differences. If we're all different from each other, why do we hate different people? Right? It's kind of a deep thought. Like if we're different, we're all different on an individual level from each other, why do we hate differences? And I guess the bigger question is, who was responsible for teaching us to hate different people? I introduce you to Benjamin.
All right, so like in my town, I definitely did not fit in. I was not the person who had friends. Like, okay, in my town was this jock town. Like on Friday nights, like football season, the whole town would go to like watch the football game. I was not a jock at all. I didn't play any sports. And so like I didn't fit in at all. I was more into gaming and like I'm into anime and graphic novels. I shop at Hot Topic, okay? So like I totally didn't fit in at all. And so I had no friends all the way through high school. In college, I made 3 friends. My best friend is this guy named Mo. Mo and I hit it off right away. Mo had a tough life. He grew up on a farm in South Jersey. And when I say South Jersey, I'm talking about Salem County. Now, you may not know where that is, but that's like way down there in South Jersey next to Alabama, right? So where Mo grew up, everyone like went to the same school building from kindergarten to 12th grade. And in 8th grade, he started transitioning female to male. And so kids were jumping him every day. And so we started talking about differences. And I was like, okay, if we're all different from each other, why do we hate different people? And like, who taught us to hate differences? And that's where we get the answer wrong, and that's why we can't correct the problem. We always give the wrong answer. If I ask you, who taught you to hate different people? Here's what we do. We go, oh, it must be someone who we grew up with. Okay, it's our parents, it's our family, it's the friends, it's the media. No. You know why we hate different people? It's not because it was a bad thing to hate. It's because we were taught it's good to hate each other by our first grade teachers. And I know some of you are going to be like, no way, my first grade teacher never taught. That's ridiculous. All right. So I don't know do any of you remember your first grade teacher, by the way? Anyone? I remember mine, Miss Murphy. I'll never forget this woman. She was awesome. She had the ability, and this is a rare skill, she had the ability to make every student in the class feel like the most important kid in the class, which is great. But you know what I remember from first grade? Not much. That's a little fuzzy. But I remember a few things that stick out. One of them was the class assignment that some of you will remember. Do you remember the class assignment that we all took back in first grade that taught us how to hate everyone in the class itself? I'll refresh your memories. Okay, so in first grade, my teacher, Miss Murphy, hands out this piece of paper one day. It has animals, it has objects on it. She gives it out to every student in the class, and as she stands in front of the class, and I kid you not, these were her directions. She goes, okay, boys and girls, when I say begin, I want you to look at your pieces of paper. I want you to find the things that are different, and then I want you to cross them out. Hey, you remember how much fun that was, though? Like crossing them things out and circling them because they didn't belong, because they didn't fit. And we were all raised on TV programs like Sesame Street and Dora the Explorer. And you know the great thing about those kids' programs? They always have songs attached to them. Do you understand the psychology of that? It's because you don't really have to concentrate too hard on the words if you have songs, because you'll just automatically start remembering the words. And so we were all just walking around singing, one of these things is not like... Very good, class. You were paying attention. So whose fault was it that by 5th and 6th grade, man, we were smart kids, threw out that piece of paper and we just started practicing on each other in the hallways, cafeteria, locker rooms, classroom. Anybody that was a little bit different, you know the rules. You cross them out. Our teachers didn't know that. If our 1st grade teachers knew that that's what we would have taken out of their lesson, they would have changed the directions. 1st grade teachers were awesome. They would have said, okay, boys and girls, I want you to find the things that are different and put a smiley face right next to them. And I'm not trying to be cute about smiley faces. Smiley faces in 1st grade were super important. You may not remember this, but do any of you remember smiley face stickers? All right, so you remember you got that sticker on top of your paper, how good it made you feel about your work, but more importantly, how good it made you feel about yourself? Could you imagine if in 1st grade we're taught to feel better about ourselves or smile at different people rather than crossing them out? And I know some of you are skeptics and cynics and you don't think it would matter later on, but I promise you, in my life, it would have made all the difference, because by the time I got to my sophomore year of high school on April 25th, I was 16 years old. I had been crossed out so many times at that point in my life. I ended up hospitalized for 3 weeks on my first suicide attempt. When I got out of the hospital, I had this English teacher, Mrs. Blake. She was the only one that would speak to me. I was put on a bunch of meds for my depression and my anxiety. But Mrs. Blake, she was great. She pulled me aside after class one day, and she had this real raspy voice because she smoked so much. And she was like, Benjamin, I observe you every day. And I was like, that's weird. And she's like, you leave my class, you go to the cafeteria, you get your lunch, but then you eat alone, and it breaks my heart. If you ever want to sit in my class with me and have lunch, I'd be so honored. You don't have to talk. But I want you to know, young man, you are never alone. And then I met my rabbi. I found Hot Topic. And I found my favorite t-shirt just to deal with all the kids in my school who were annoying me. And I'd wear this almost every day. I bought a few of them. They didn't know that. They thought I was just being dirty. And so like my t-shirt says, you laugh because I'm different. I laugh because you're all the same. On April 25th of my sophomore year of high school, I didn't want to live anymore. I actually was really planning on how to get out of this life. And I was fortunate. I had my youth pastor, I had my English teacher, Mrs. Blake, and I had my prayers to God of like, I don't want to be so sad anymore, and I need some help right now, right? And that was, I remember it very clearly, sitting in my room and just contemplating, how can I take myself out of this life? And I was fortunate. I was fortunate to have those people who intercepted my path. I realized the power of that. And many of you are put into that same power where you have the ability to intercept someone's path that they are on. Not to make them feel judged or anything, but just to gently guide them into a new little road here that they can take. And Mrs. Blake was one of those people to me, that she stopped me in my self-destructive way. And after Mrs. Blake, there were others in my life as well. Because it doesn't end just because you get through that one moment. And that's what I try to encourage people to realize. I still have depression. Like, I like my depression now, though, because my depression is part of my creativity. I realize that in the word disabilities, there's the word ability. Like, I never thought about that until I started having to look at my depression differently. That yes, as much as my depression has been the thing that has weighed me down, it's also the thing that has helped me to do what I do up here. My ADD,
I know, like it was tough. It was tough on me at parts of my life. I went to this excellent graduate school program in psychology at Rutgers University. It's this great 4-year, 5-year program, and those were the best 8 years of my life. All right, so like I know my ADD has weighed me down, but it's also the reason why everything that you're seeing here today, not one word is written down, because that's not the way my brain works. You see, I see the script in my head and I just pull from it. I've always had that ability, and I didn't realize that that was my gift. But I started to also pay attention to the metaphors that were all around me. Like there were 2 metaphors I want to share with you as I'm wrapping up here that were really important to me. One of the metaphors is the oyster. Most of you know what oysters make. Most of you know that oysters make pearls. Right? And if I ask you what's the most important ingredient for the oyster to make a pearl, most of you would tell me it's the grain of sand. That's what we're taught, right? The grain of sand gets inside the shell, there's something that happens, but the oyster creates a pearl out of that grain of sand. And that's not really how the story goes, because there have been oysters with grains of sand inside their shells that never created pearls. Why? Because they did not experience enough pain. Pain is the most important ingredient. That unless the oyster crosses over a certain threshold of pain, it's not going to release the chemical that turns a grain of sand into a pearl. And the story doesn't end because the oyster made a pearl. But a lot of ministers have used that story, right? Like I remember being a teenager and the minister got up in front of a youth retreat and he was like, "Young boys and young girls, you are like the oyster." And I was like, ew. And I was like, no, the oyster gets the grain of sand inside of its shell and it spins that grain of sand inside of the shell and it starts to harden inside the shell and it turns into a pearl, that valuable jewel called a pearl. You need to do that with your lives. And I was like, oh. And then years later, I'm reflecting, and I'm like, but if the oyster has a pearl inside of its shell, but then dies at the bottom of the ocean and is never found, its value remains the same. That actually what makes the oyster more valuable is a twist in the story. Someone finds the oyster, opens it up, and takes away the pearl for themselves. At the end of the day, the oyster cannot keep its own pearl. Someone else must receive it. And I was never taught that. And I bet most of you were not taught that. Most of you probably grew up in a similar way to that I grew up, where you're told like, hey, don't feel sorry for yourself. Other people have it worse than you. Don't talk about this outside of closed doors. Stop suck it up. And especially as guys, man up. Right? We're taught all these messages of how we bury that sadness, not expose it. My mom used to recite this poem to us kids growing up. She'd say, have many friends and treat them all well, but to your friends never your secrets tell. For when your friends become your foes, into the world your secret goes. So I learned how to push it down. I would never talk about it. And that was the part that was actually killing me. And then when I got to college, I was a successful student. 3.83 grade point average, graduated magna cum laude, selected to be the baccalaureate speaker of my graduation class. Parents were super proud. Immigrant parents are really proud. They invite all these people that you've never met from all around the country to come to your graduation. And they want to remind you that you've met them when you were 6 months. All right, so like my father was a proud man. He was like, oh, look at my son. I'm so proud of him. But I'm sitting in this counseling class 3 weeks before graduation. And here's the other part about college is that it opens you up to experiences emotionally that you're not anticipating sometimes. Because your mind starts working in ways that you couldn't just sleep by like you did in your high school days. And so I'm sitting in this counseling class, and my professor has written a bunch of things on the board. And she goes, class, I want you to pay attention. This is going to be a very sensitive topic today. But take a look at what I've written on the board. These are warning signs. If any of your clients or your patients have experienced any of these things I've listed on the board, these are indicators of trauma. And I burst out laughing. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful or rude, but the things that she had written on the board, here are some of the things that you look for. If you want to find out like who some of your students that may be going through trauma or some of the people you interact with, some of the indicators are people who enjoy setting fires. I was like, really? setting fires is an indicator of trauma. I was like, I'm a pyro. I love setting fires. I burnt down my park in Toms River one time. All right, so like, wow, okay. Then it said lying and manipulative behaviors. I was like, lying and manipulative behaviors? I was like, I know like a lot of adults make a big deal out of lying as long as my child tells me the truth, but you got to understand how I grew up. When I did something wrong and I was able to effectively lie about it, my father never beat us with belts. Torturing small animals. Sorry, little frog. And then it had like all this other stuff, and it said be touched inappropriately, and I'm looking at all this stuff, and I'm laughing, not trying to be rude, but I think it's some kind of joke. And I look around the class, no one is laughing. And I'm like, okay, that can't be trauma. And then I saw this one where I was like thinking about a friend of mine named Dan who was 16 and 17 when I was 11 and 12 and what he had done to me. And I'm like, okay, that was just a weird experience. And I had stopped thinking about that story for many years. And I go back to my dorm room and I'm walking back and forth and I feel suicidal again. At 22 years old, I'm walking back and forth. I have a 3.83 grade point average. I was selected to be the baccalaureate speaker, and the only thing I wanted to do that afternoon was die. And I'm like, you're so stupid. You're so ugly. I hate you. It was your fault. I placed 2 calls that afternoon. One of them was to my mom. Because when you're feeling that desperate, we often go to our parents because they brought us into the world, right? And so I called my mom and I said, Mom, something happened to me when I was 11 that I just figured out in class. And she goes, stop speaking, son. I don't know what you're going to tell me of what you did in the dark at 11 years old. But whatever you did in the dark at 11 years old, God is now bringing it to the light to punish you. So I hung up the phone to my mom. But I picked the phone back up. And the best advice that I can give to you is pick that phone back up. I picked the phone back up and I called this guy named Charlie Thiel, who was a youth pastor at my church, and I'm crying and I'm upset and I'm suicidal. And I'm like, Charlie, when I was 11 years old, there was this kid named Dan who was 16, and I told him the stuff that had happened. And I said, I just remembered it now in class, and right now, I feel so sad. I'm supposed to be graduating in 3 weeks and I don't want to be here. I feel so sad. And he goes, Mike, I love you. It was not your fault. And Mike, you're not going to understand what I'm going to tell you next, but you got to listen. You're going to heal from the pain. And then after you heal from the pain, one day you're going to have to talk about it again. Because there are so many people in this world who still need to heal. And I didn't know what Charlie meant, but those words made more sense to me than what my mom said. But he was talking about the story of the oyster without saying the story of the oyster. And I still didn't know what it meant because I was started doing the shows in schools, and I would have students come up to me and adults come up to me, and I'd listen to their stories. But when I figured it out was 5 years ago in a middle school in New Jersey. I'm doing my presentation. At the end, there's this 8th grade girl that gets up from her seat. I think she's going to bolt out of the auditorium. But instead, she comes running up to me. And she's a hot mess. I mean, tears and snots are just running down her face. And she's shaking real bad, and she can't stop hyperventilating. And when she gets to me, she just grabs me, and she just hugs me for dear life for about a minute. And at the end of that minute, she just stands back. And every time I do this presentation, I hear her voice in my head, and she looks at me, and she just goes, thank you. Thank you for not killing yourself when you were in college. Because today, you just saved my life. I couldn't see that at 22 years old when I'm sitting in my dorm room and the only thing I could think about is that I wanted to jump on the train tracks of Springfield, Missouri. I couldn't see that my pain is my gift. That all those things that I thought were going to defeat me were the things that I used to make me into somebody that's helping somebody else. I couldn't see it. And so I started taking all that material and I started to realize, like, how can you turn this into something where other people can be part of it? Because not everyone can get on stage and speak in front of hundreds and thousands of people. I know that. So I started doing little things, and I challenged myself to find new things to do that I can pass on to other people. So I want to tell you one thing that I do. It's called the Postcard Challenge. I collect postcards, and I started writing love letters on postcards to myself 7 years ago. I was in a very dark space. And I'd write little things like, you are beautiful, you are not alone, don't be afraid of your pain, I'm so glad you're choosing to stay in this life. And then instead of just putting them away into a shoebox, I'd go to Barnes & Noble. I'd go to the bestseller section, teenage bestseller section, and the poetry section, take out books and stick these postcards in. And I started laughing one day because I was like, this is so weird, but one day someone's going to be reading a book, feeling sad, and they're going to be turned a page, and they're going to come across a postcard that's simply going to say, you are not alone. 4 years ago in Massachusetts, I'm at a private school doing this presentation. This girl comes up to me, and she goes, were you at the Cambridge Barnes & Noble bookstore in Cambridge Square? I've only been there one time. And I said, yeah, I was there last year. And she said, I found one of your postcards. It was the day that I got out of the hospital for my eating disorder. And it was the only thing that kept me alive on that day. And I just want to say thank you. Do you think you need to have a doctorate in clinical psychology to write a postcard? Or have some title, or make a certain amount of income, or be the straight-A student to write a postcard that lets someone know that they are not alone and that we are connected? The final thing I want to leave you with is something that happened last year to me. My landscapers came to my house, and the guy who owns the company, his name is Bob. And he comes to me, and he goes, Mike, you have this flower bed that sits outside your home, but you never do anything. You don't plant flowers, and you don't grow vegetables. What do you want to do with this space? And I said, I don't know. What can we do? He's like, we could lay down some river rocks. And I was like, okay, what will that do? He was like, it'll look pretty against the stone of your house. I was like, okay, what do I need to do? He's like, absolutely nothing. I was so happy to be lazy. I was like, oh, great, okay, let's do it. Let's go, do it, let's do it. Before they completed the job, I had to go get lunch. So I run out, I come back, they're gone. My girlfriend happened to be at the house at the time, and she's like, you just missed them. They wanted to know what you thought about the job they did, but they wanted to remind you, don't forget, you have to water the rocks every other day. I was mad. I was legit mad. I was like, water the rocks? Why do I have to water these rocks? These guys said I had to do nothing. And she's like, because they are river rocks. River rocks need water. And I was like, oh, all right. So I'm outside every other day, started watering the rocks. How many of you water the rocks on your property? Exactly. All right, so like I'm watering the rocks, and about 2 weeks into watering these rocks, this car drives past my house. 2 people are in the car. They see me watering the rocks, and they start laughing at me. I drop the hose. I'm embarrassed. I'm humiliated. I go back inside my house. I pick up the phone. I call my girlfriend to complain. And I'm like, these people are laughing at me watering the rocks. And she's like, why were you watering your rocks? And I was like, because that's what you told me. The landscapers told you. She said, I was only kidding with you, you dummy. All right, so yes, all right. So my girlfriend pulled an awesome joke. But here's the point of the story for me. I still water the rocks, not every other day. But I still water the rocks because river rocks that are dry, they are dull and they don't look pretty against the stone of my house. But if you take the time to water the rocks, you're going to notice something that I started noticing. That river rocks, when they get water on them, it doesn't last very long, but they start to shine and they start to glisten. And there are some of these rocks that have colors that are so deeply embedded in the stone that you can't see those colors unless the water's on them. Every time I get on stage or I'm in a conversation at an airport or I'm hanging out with friends and family, I look at my conversations the same way. Like I used to have this dream that I'm going to say these things that's going to last a lifetime for people. No way, man. No. I know that what I'm going to say for some of you is not going to last more than like a week or a couple weeks or a few months. But there are things that I'm saying today that for some of you, and I can see it by your engagement, that there are things that you are hearing that are reminding you of your own story. That for some of you, the first time where you're like, wow, he just said the same thing about my depression. I thought about ending my life too. I thought I was alone. And I realized that when I'm on stage that I have the power with my words to help other people to simply shine. I am not your shine, but I'm just providing the water that helps you to shine. I've been scarred and battered. My hopes to wind done scattered. Snow has frizzed me, sun has baked me. Looks like between them they done tried to make me stop laughing, stop loving, stop living. But I don't care. I'm still here. Thank you, beautiful people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was an honor. Thank you so much.
Dr. Fallon, listen, my phone is blowing up. People are crying at home. I've seen you 3 times. I've cried every time because we at Virginia State University have the unique opportunity to help Jaquan and Octavius. And some of us abuse that privilege, but some of us work tirelessly to help them through these things. Our student counseling center is amazing, and they are here almost around the clock sometimes. But it's not just their job, it's all of our jobs to find our oysters and help them through this process. So I know we're a few minutes over, but you said that you would agree to answer a couple of questions. So I don't know if we have any questions in the audience or if we have a couple of questions online. Are there any questions for Dr. Fowler? There's one in the back, and I don't even know who.
Over here? Yep.
Udonis. If you could probably project.
So there have been attempts at videos for this, but the problem is that for each audience that I sort of read that energy and then eat. And so sometimes what I'm presenting is different. You know, for every presentation, it's different. Stories that I share at times. So it's hard to really capture what I do in the video part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Age? How old is your? Okay, yeah. So just trying to, I guess, finding a place. Sometimes, when I've gone to certain towns or communities, they have brought me for follow-up presentations, and that's one way to do it. And even in some of the communities I've been to, they have brought me in, and they rented out the local theater or the local school theater to, have a presentation. So that's something that we could try to figure out.
Well, we got lots of money. We'll bring them back for something else. So, isn't that right, Dr. Palm? Because we are plumb diggity. I'm sorry, Mr. Warbucks. Any other questions? Is it?
All right.
Okay, no.
Good.
So if
Thank
not,
you.
I just want to say thank you again so much, Dr. Fowlin. I just love you. I'm so honored to have been able to bring you here face to face. And on behalf of the Virginia State University Council, we just have some VSU swag for you, and so you can wear your hat on stage if you want to, and not just represent Rutgers, because we did hear the little, thing for Rutgers. But thank you for sharing everything that you brought to us today. You are greatly appreciated, sir. We applaud you. All right. Now, I think, Dr. Tracy, are we coming on, or we got? All right, Tracy is coming. Thank you all so much.
All right, thank you again. Everybody give Dr. Fallon another round of applause for that wonderful presentation. So let me just say this. Thank you all for your patience, everybody online. We're on time still, so don't worry about it. But if you're in here or if you're online, if you want to stand up just in your seat, stretch your legs, stretch your arms really quickly while we get our video presentation together. I'm very excited to present what's going to happen next before I introduce Dr. Palm to the stage. So one of the great things about being part of the opening conference committee and being one of the co-chairs is you get to kind of decide on certain things. And as a faculty member, I understand how important it is and how hard our faculty work, and department chairs and our deans. And so what we decided to do this semester was let the deans tell the story of the faculty, of the departments, of their colleges, in their own words. A lot of times we come to opening conference or other presentations and the provost comes up and he does a great job of kind of talking about the things that are happening on campus with faculty. But this time we decided that it would be great for the deans to tell the story because they're on the front lines of that. They're the people that are working with our faculty and our department chairs to make sure and ensure that greater happens here. So without further ado, I would like everybody online and in person to enjoy this Dean's video. Thank you.
Greetings from VSU College of Agriculture, the land-grant arm of the university. I'm M. Ray McKinney, Dean and Extension Administrator of the college. We launched our mobile agricultural education unit, the first of its kind in the Commonwealth. It debuted at the State Fair of Virginia and has had subsequent follow-up trips to Sunbelt Expo in Moultrie, Georgia, as well as at the Virginia Farm Bureau annual meeting that was held. So it is unprecedentedly gotten a lot of attention, and the feedback has been that it is a phenomenal educational tool. We also have launched a mobile processing facility that now will assist producers across the Commonwealth to get their small ruminants processed under a state inspection, which now allows for those meat products to be resold to restaurants and enter into the food supply. We've also opened up a brand new high tunnel facility at the University Farm. This structure will demonstrate to producers how such a facility can assist them in maximizing productivity. We continue to grow our numbers in outreach, which our specialists in our small farm outreach program this year have conducted over 100 educational events and served over 1,200 contacts. We continue as an extension specialist in program development, program design. Collectively, they are operating on about 5.4 million that they have bought in. And these are significant because they fuel us and enable us to be able to continue to engage and benefit the public in the Commonwealth. And lastly, I'd like to say, you've heard us talk about all the things that our faculty are doing, but none of this would be possible without the great support and behind-the-scenes work that our agricultural support staff do, whether that be in technology, whether that is operations management, whether that's in our financial services. These individuals help to make the work of our scientists and our specialists and our academic staff successful. So without them, there would not be the level of success that we have achieved this year.
Good morning. I'm Venkat Mumalaneni. I'm the Associate Dean in the RFL College of Business at Virginia State University. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to talk about our accomplishments during the last 1 year. The biggest grant for us was the Go Virginia grant obtained by Dr. Perry Rivers. So this one is for the launch of Minority Small Business Launch Center. Senator Kaine visited the center soon after it was launched. And in fact, he was very pleased with what we have proposed and what we are trying to do here. And he indicated that, in fact, he has been engaged in working in a similar kind of proposal at the federal level. Finally, let me talk about our students, because we pride ourselves on being student-centered. Everything that we do is focused on how it impacts on our students. So we have been able to increase our enrollment during the last 1 year. We have been able to enhance retention rates, and we have been successfully able to cut down DFW rates for our students. And as a result, I think more students have been graduating. And finally, the impact shows up in graduation, employment, and careers of our students. And the last data that we have indicates that most of our students have been found appropriate kind of career opportunities. And in fact, the average salary based on the data that we have works out to around $57,000. So we think, that shows that, we're having an impact on our students, and we're having a very successful kind of a program.
Hello, I'm Willis Walter, Dean of the College of Education at the great Virginia State University. I am excited about the work and the things that are going on in the college. We have a new living and learning community that we built in the College of Education that really works on the students that are coming into teacher preparation. We also have had some fantastic grant opportunities that have come our way, in which the fantastic faculty in the College of Education have worked very hard to do a branch alliance grant worth $400,000, and that particular grant will allow us to become nationally recognized as one of the best programs for developing teacher preparation and making sure that all of our candidates have a certain background in educational leadership in order to be successful with transforming the lives of young people in K through 12. We also have done a fantastic job in health and physical education, in which the programs have gone community-based and have made sure that schools have the kind of physical education that students deserve, but also that we are doing work with the recreation areas in both health in Dinwiddie as well as Petersburg and the Ettrick area. Virginia State is also extremely fortunate to receive over $1 million in a U-Teach grant partnership and received national recognition from the National Math Science Initiative, as well as the Virginia State government in the area of teacher preparation for their contributions. So please join me in congratulating those faculty, as well as the faculty that received the extension to the Verizon Innovative Learning Grant for our 100 young men of color that are being developed in the area of STEM and associated fields. And so I am so pleased to say, Virginia State, we are showing that greatness happens here.
Greetings from the College of Engineering and Technology and from the College of Natural and Health Sciences. My name is David Haile, and I'm pleased to share with you a few of the many accomplishments of these two colleges over the last 2 semesters. Among the students who graduated last December, we had Miss Sonia Jackson, a 72 years old, who received the first Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Almost all of these graduates have received at least one job offer from companies including Raytheon, Tesla, Amazon, Lockheed Martin, IBM, SpaceX, Deloitte, Boston Scientific, and many other industries. We had a multidisciplinary team of 5 students from computer science, manufacturing engineering, and computer engineering that finished 3rd place among HBCU engineering schools in virtual design challenge sponsored by IBM, NetApp, Lockheed Martin, Microsoft, and Abbott. Some of our alumni also have accomplished great things. Ms. Madison Ellen, a biology graduate from VSU, recently obtained her master's in clinical and translational science. 2 of our recent graduates, DeAndre Johnson and Rashawn Wheeler, who are currently pursuing their PhD studies at UVA in system engineering and civil engineering, each won competitive GEM Fellowship Award for support of their graduate studies. This last year, we received free lab instrumentation grants from the Department of Defense in excess of $1.75 million. Faculty from Department of Biology and Psychology collaborated with VCU Massey Cancer Center to receive a team science grant from the National Cancer Institute for $1.7 million, and it focused on reducing cancer disparities and providing hands-on research opportunities to students who are historically underrepresented in science. So, as we look back on the last year's accomplishment, there are much more to look forward to as our outstanding faculty and staff, along with our resilient students, drive these two colleges to the next higher levels.
Greetings, Hell State. You know who we are. We're the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. And you know what? Greater happens here. I am Isis N. Walton, currently serving as the Dean for the College of Humanities and Social Sciences here at the Virginia State University. We are the bedrock, the footprint of VSU. And anyone who dares to enter to drink from the fountain of knowledge, you know what? It's the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Social work started their Homefront Readjustment for Armed Services certificate program. This program allows VSU students to assist our veterans and teach them about the complexities of military service. The John Mercer Langston Institute of Black Political Thought, created by Dr. Wes Bellamy, and you know what it does? It aims to create a pipeline for more African American political thought leaders. Criminal justice and sociology. Well, everybody loves Dr. Z. She created the Center for Social Justice and Policing Institute. I want to talk to you about our VSU Trojan Warrior ROTC program that supplies future leaders to the U.S. Army, community, and business world. In our history department, Dr. Mango created the first ever course on HBCU history here at Virginia State University. Art and design has unparalleled talent. Their students have created t-shirt designs and their own businesses. Give it up to art and design. Languages and literature. Dr. Mahaley in Languages and Literature, along with the Honors College, secure a Fulbright foreign language teaching assistant, Michaela Ferrero. We're happy to have her here at Virginia State University teaching our students Spanish. Dr. Latoria Faison was nominated for the Pushcart Prize in Poetry in the West Trussell Review. Dr. Pamela Reed spearheaded our first inaugural James Arthur Baldwin Symposium. We have our renowned faculty, Dr. Hill, James Gates, Ethel Halton, Patrick McCoy, not to mention the Trojan Explosion and the Gospel Chorale that will inspire all musicians. In addition to that, we're working on our new recording sound technology studio. Mass Communication serves as the hub of all things communication. They have renowned scholars in the field of television production, radio, journalism, broadcasting, public relations, and print media. They have state-of-the-art equipment in their labs that prepare students to work in an ever-changing world of communication. You know that in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, greater happens here. Our faculty, staff, and students are proud to serve Virginia State University.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to introduce Dr. Donald Palm to ensure and continue to ensure that greater continues to happen here. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. What I would say, let's give the deans and the various colleges another round of applause. I have to admit, I love that. That was a great touch. So many times I stand here before you and have to give you all the accolades, and I miss a lot of them because there's so many that are happening through all the different the colleges. And so again, I just want to thank the committee for their brilliance in coming up with a different approach to really explaining all the great things that are happening here at Virginia State University. And so I know I stand between you and lunch, at least the people that are in this room. I mean, if you're at home, I know you can go ahead and have a working lunch as we move forward into the breakout sessions. I do have a few housekeeping things and items that I need to also talk about, and I'll kind of incorporate those throughout my presentation here. So first of all, I was tasked with providing information on how do we ensure that greater happens here. I have a few things I want to talk to you about, but also want to provide you proof that we're on the right track. So of course, in ensuring that we have a blueprint, and this is something that you and the faculty, staff, and as well as the students, as well as alums have worked on, was our strategic plan. And again, this particular strategic plan has provided, again, the blueprint on us moving forward. And as we go through some of these different things, you'll see that we hit upon all these 6 priorities as we are really making Virginia State University a better place. And so how do we actually ensure greater is happening here? Well, we have to build for the future, and a couple of things that I have in place that we are currently doing, but we're going to continue to do. But we're going to promote and reward innovation. There was a question earlier that they wanted to know who the awardees were for the innovation grant. But of course, in 2021, thanks to the leadership of Dr. Larry Keene, also with Dr. Kawachi Clemens, they developed a committee that went in and really provided an opportunity for us to apply for this innovation award. Well, we had probably about $190,000 that we awarded last year with this innovation award. And this was some of the McKinsey Scott money that we were using to actually make this happen. And we had 21 proposals, and 8 proposals were awarded. And let me give you the particular names of those individuals who were awarded those particular innovation awards. And just real quick, I'll go through them. I want to thank Dr. Faison for sending me the information, but we'll also get this out on the website to let you know that we are very, very excited about the awards that were given, and that we look forward to really working with these individuals to really continue to make greater things happen here at Virginia State University. So I'm just going to say their names. I'll also give you the name of the actual project itself as well. So the one project was Statistics Consultant Center, and this is by Dr. Naha Farhat was awarded. E-Sport Infrastructure by our own Tracy Jackson was awarded. Hemp Extract and Glioblastomas from Dr. Rafat Siddiqui was awarded. Apple Swift Playgrounds by Wei Bang Chen was awarded. A Forensic Lab by Dr. Nana Derby. Lupin for Plant Proteins by Harbans Barwadwa. Cyber Youth Corps by Samaheker Akaladevi, and then Function-Oriented Tool-Based Learning by Heng Lee. And so again, let's give them a round of applause. These are the 2021 Innovation Awards that were awarded. We're going to continue on with these particular awards. And one of the things that, as we move forward, we're going to have a call for proposals. But in this particular year's Innovation Awards, we're going to take a look at really leveraging the opportunity to really collaborate with different departments. So we're looking for intercollaboration for these awards. So if you have individual ideas, we want these individuals to spread across the university. And so this year's call for proposals will again have some of that language in it. But again, we're very excited about building for the future. And how do we build for the future? We continue to promote and reward innovation, and we will continue to do that. As we continue to build for the future, we're in the process of really ramping up our recruitment for faculty and staff. Many advertisements for faculty and staff have went out over the Christmas break. We're going to ramp that up for this January and February. We hope to have a recruitment season completed by April of this year. And so not only are we ramping up the recruitment process, we also are ramping up some of the resources in HR to handle all of this particular recruitment that we want to do for the university. So we want to recruit and really get the best and the brightest to come here to Virginia State University to add to the great things that we are doing here. We're also looking at program enhancement. This is how we're going to build for the future. I want each and every department in college to take a look at their various programs and take a look at when was the last time we reviewed those particular programs. How outdated is the curriculum? We want to actually go ahead and start benchmarking our curriculums and our programs with our aspirational peers. You know, we want to be competitive. We want our students to be competitive. But I really want to take a deep dive, Tia, into all these various colleges and departments and talk about benchmarking their programs and do a program review. We want to be the best at what we do here at Virginia State. And the only way we can do that is really reviewing our programs and how do we benchmark them against our aspirational peers. Also, we want to establish new programs. I have also, and I'm going to continue to promote our online degree programs. I know that we have a few in the pipeline that we're pushing through. I think Dr. Behringer Brown is working on the one for political science and any other online program that we want to get through. I want to push those through as we go through this particular semester. We also want to establish new programs in innovative and high demand programs, Dr. Howley. We know what those programs are and we want to go after those. And I'm going to tell you how we're going to do that in a few minutes. We also want to retain and develop existing talent. Of course, we want to financially support faculty and staff development. We will continue to do that. We have been doing that for the last 5 years since I've been here. But if you have some other ideas on how we can help with the development of our faculty and staff, please bring it forward. We're open, and we want to make sure that we are actually providing you with the skill set and the tools for you to be successful. Your success is the university's success. We also want to launch the Faculty Release Time Research Primer Program. And this is a particular program, and I've been listening to you, Dr. Chabano and Dr. Githinji, with the faculty, Senate, and the faculty are saying they don't have enough release time, enough time to do the research or to really establish the research. Well, I've been talking to Dr. Omar Faison as well as Dr. Fife and a couple other faculty members to help me come up with a plan and a solution to provide this release time to not only new faculty come in, but existing faculty. Now, there's going to be some benchmarks that you're going to have to hit. We're going to invest in this particular program because I want you all to really reach the maximum that you can with your skill set. And we're going to go ahead and launch this Faculty Release Time Research Primer Program as soon as we get things moving. So we're looking to actually look at it starting this summer. I know classes are about to start this spring. But this is going to take off, and I'm really, really excited about that. We also want to complete the survey and salary equity study, and why I say that, I got a text message from Ms. Simmons. Please complete the climate survey that has been submitted out to you in your email. Is that correct to you? All right, so a particular survey has been sent out to all the faculty and staff as we speak right now. We need for you to complete that survey so we can go ahead and finish the climate surveys as well as the salary equity study. But as Dr. Abdullah said, we need to go ahead and get the salary equity study done because we already have money allotted aside to go ahead and implement some of that salary equity increases that we said that we were going to do. So we're excited about that. And that's going to help us retain many of our valuable faculty members that we don't want to lose. We're also going to include the Provost Faculty Travel Award. I do know that COVID-19 had kind of put a damper on it, but we're going to continue to move forward with that, with the Faculty Award as well as the Provost Leadership Institute. And then, of course, we're going to continue with the faculty and staff recognition. And now what I would tell you is that congratulations to the Outstanding Faculty Award recipients. Many of you are in this particular room. That was our first year last year. One thing I would tell you is that we got a lot of input from individuals who submitted last year and that we wanted to make some changes. Well, we are going to go for our second round of Outstanding Faculty Awards this year as well. And we made some very significant changes also to the particular Outstanding Faculty of the Year Award. And Dr. Cheryl Mango, again, I have to thank her for the leadership. She gave me a list of things that are going to be changing. But one thing I just want to, I'm not going to go through them all, but one thing I just want to talk about is that this is the first time we're going to include the Outstanding Faculty Award for our non-tenure eligible faculty members from adjuncts and full-time instruction. So we're going to include those members who may be adjuncts or term faculty members are part of this particular Outstanding Faculty Year Award. We're also going to leverage and move a special award for our agriculture folks. And again, we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity. I know that Dr. McKinney, agriculture did a great job last year, and the research area really cleaned up. So we're going to have a separate award for those individuals in the College of Agriculture as well. So we have some wonderful opportunities. Not only did we take the Outstanding Faculty Year Awards and presented them last year, but we also want to congratulate the Outstanding Faculty recipients who had the Stellar Awards. Again, Dr. Chantel Wilson as well as Dr. Chabano. What I would tell you is that we also leveraged their awards and we sent them to the Chev Outstanding Faculty Awards as well, where they competed as well. So again, we're doing some great things at Virginia State. And again, continue the great work you're doing. Also, the Outstanding Staff Award. Again, this is a part of recognizing the great things that we are doing. Mr. Giles and as well as Fran, you're doing a great job. The Outstanding Faculty Award, Staff Award, awarded their first staff award last year to Dot Yancey. Of course, I know her very well. Let's give her a round of applause. But that was the first. And again, I have to tell you with awarding Dr. Yancey, Mr. Giles and Fran, that you kind of set the bar high. And so we do know that this is going to be a great opportunity for us to recognize the great stuff that our staff is doing. And so I know that we have a red carpet affair that's going to go along with this. Again, just doing a great job of recognizing the work they're doing. So just real briefly, just want to talk about some of the Virginia State University new strategic initiatives. As we look to build Virginia State University, and again, I think this semester is going to be a key semester as we start recruiting new faculty and staff in, but also going after a lot of the different opportunities we have here in the state of Virginia. In our 6-year plan of 2020, and let me just stop before I go any further, there are a few people I have to recognize when we start putting these 6-year plans together, both in 2020 as well as 2022, again, they just do a phenomenal job and they're brilliant. And I just want to name them real quick and then we'll move on. But I just want to say Adrian Petway, give her a round of applause. We have Jane Harris. I'm not going over the Capitol right now. Tia Menace, Robert Corley, Kawachi Clemens, Joyce Wilkins. There's a team that goes along, and there's a lot of work to do, and I'm not lying to you, it's a lot of work to do as we prepare for this 6-year plan. We were very, very fortunate in 2020 when we submitted this 6-year plan that we got $6.4 million allotted to us from the General Assembly to really make Virginia State University better. All right, and this is the first time in many years, of any years, that we were actually allotted this $6.4 million in operational costs. We also received a lot of money with the capital fund. As you can see, there's a fence around Harris Hall right now. You're going to start seeing some changes here on campus throughout the next few weeks. And so that was in 2020. We were awarded this money, and we're actually now starting to put together the programming for many of these particular initiatives. So moving forward to 2022, I just want to give you an idea of what we put into this particular 6-year plan. And I'm very excited. I mean, I'm more than excited. These particular items and initiatives have been forwarded in the governor's budget, right? In many cases, the money you see at 2022 and 2023, we asked for slightly less than them. They gave us more money to actually achieve many of these particular initiatives. So of course, one of the core things that at the forefront of our university and who we are is that we do know we serve students who really are in need of financial support. And so many of the first 3 items is really looking at how do we provide support for our students to be here. And so increase in financial aid support for our low-income students, expand the Virginia, the VCAM program. So we already have money for about two more years. This is money on top of that, the $2.5 million. We have about 3.7, I believe, for the VCAN as we speak right now. So we're looking to add $2.5 million onto that. And also continue to increase funding for affordable access at $10 million. And then also for those individuals who have graduate programs, we look to increase graduate student financial assistance at $132,000 and $198,000 for the next year. Degree completion and career enhancement initiative. Again, this is a great opportunity for us to go ahead and get those students graduated, increase our graduation rate, but also provides resources for our students as well as career development for our students at $1.1 million and $1.3 million. Also, a pipeline with purpose is really being very strategic and intentional about building a pipeline in some of these schools areas that we actually serve to really bring them into Virginia State University, but if not even Virginia State University, to a higher education itself. Of course, we also looked for a public health institute. This was not included in the governor's budget. The VSU Advanced Manufacturing and Logistics Institute, Dr. Halley, and I forgot to mention your name. Thank you for helping us out this go around. $1 million was actually approved by the governor this time, and then $1.2 million for 2023. New degree online programs, $2.5 million and $3.7 million for the following year. Again, this is the renaissance that I'm talking about. The new degree programs, for the 2022-23, it has 22 FTE associated with it. And for the 2023 to 24, it has 30 FTE associated with it. So these are positions that are going to come with these particular funding that we have. And of course, the academic success initiatives is a $1.6 million and $1.5 million for a total of $21 million and $26 million for next year. And so we talk about how do we ensure that greater happens here. Well, not only do we have the talent here, but we're actually going after the resources to make sure that happens. So we're in, as the president said, we're in a very good position at this particular time. This is what the governor has approved in his budget to move forward. It has one more hurdle to get through. But again, as I tell you, is that if we don't get the full $21 million, you're going to get something. And I forgot, I did not mention Eldon Burton also, that really helped us with this 6-year plan. And again, I'm not going to go through too much detail, but these are just a little bit more detail about the different initiatives. I wanted to talk about this degree completion and career enhancement initiative. And Dr. Clemens, again, I want to thank you for your innovation in this particular program and everybody around the table. But the Trojan Advanced TLC program is Advance Your Trajectory Towards Graduation, Life Skills, and Career. It's aimed at increasing degree completion and career enhancements for students who left the university prior to completing their baccalaureate degree. We're also going to, because many of these students can't come back, we have incorporated a debt resolution program in which they can, if they do well in their academic areas once they enroll, that we will actually resolve some of their debt as we move forward. And then also we're going to provide, again, career and academic readiness for them to go ahead out and get a great job with Mr. Lyons. And so we're looking at 1.1 and 1.3 million to make that happen. And again, the pipeline with purpose, again, this is, again, to keep schools within our region to really have a very, very strategic and an initial pathway to come straight to Virginia State University. Advanced Manufacturing Logistics Institute, again, this is the brainchild of Dr. Howley as well. And it's really done to meet the demand of the future supply chain and logistics process, not only here in the Commonwealth, but also across our nation. And so this particular institute, Dr. Howley, again, it was put forward in the governor's budget. So it looks like we're going to actually hopefully get some legs under it as well. And of course, these new programs, again, we have a litany of programs that are listed there, from cybersecurity, food and nutrition, public health, criminal justice certificates, also new instructional sites in Roanoke, Newport News, and South Boston. We have been put into the governor's proposed budget at $2.5 million with 23 FTE, and for 2023, $3.7 million with 30 FTE. And so truly an opportunity and a blueprint for us to move forward. So I'm going to stop right there. That is where we are at this particular time. As we move forward, there's a lot of work to do. We've been very successful in the last few years of getting to a certain space, but I'm very, very encouraged by the governor's budget, but also because of all the work and hard work that you all are doing. I'll stop right there, Tracy, and if there's any questions for me, I'll allow everybody to go ahead and take their lunchtime. So I'll take a few questions as we move forward. Any questions? No? We're good? I guess that's when people are hungry, it's ready to go. Okay. Thank you all very much. And again, thank you for a phenomenal first part of our opening conference. Y'all have a great day.
Wow. I didn't even get to say my last words. Thank you so much, everybody, online and in person, for coming. Don't forget, at 2 o'clock, our concurrent workshops will start. So if you haven't registered online, please do so. The links are also in the online program for you. If you want to just jump on, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 4 o'clock, we have some great workshops for you. And in the words of Russell Simmons, thank you for coming out. God bless you and good night.